All right. Good morning, afternoon, good evening, whatever it is. Good to see ya. Thank you guys for joining us today. Welcome back to the cafe. We are going to be heading back out a little bit of a different show today as compared to the morning show. I figured because of what we're doing today with this, we'll just get the morning show for today and cover this. And maybe I'll be in later on for something on. Who knows? But anyway, we're heading back to Idaho once again. Folks, I had a conversation with somebody who's going to be joining us here shortly. Quite an interesting conversation about timelines and the text messages that we all know exist, and some questions that this person has raised and we've discussed. And I think you all will see why. So thank you all for joining us. Please share this out. Please hit that like button. It's very important to get this in that algorithm. Quite an interesting show this should be. And of course, I'm always down to hear your thoughts and feelings on these things as well. With that being said, you guys know the deal. Let's get this show right out on that road. Here we go. Hello, hello. Welcome back again. Great to see you all. Thank you all for being here. And welcome to the cafe. It is great to see you all once again. And again, we're all back in Idaho today based on some researching, conversations, and some interesting thoughts and feelings that have come about. We all know who Sergeant Friday is. Of course, Sergeant and I talk all the time and have talked all the time about this crazy case here in Idaho. And we bounce things off each other regularly just because something comes across our minds. We start talking about it. That's how this case works with everybody, I think. And we had an interesting combo earlier this morning. And well, yeah, that's what provoked this show. And it may provoke your thoughts as well, just as much as it did his and I's. Mine and his, whatever, however you say it. You know what I mean. So thank you to the Blue Crew for being here and joining me today as always. And thank you all for joining us. Sarge should be joining us here shortly as well as we jump into this conversation today about the timeline. How many different ways have we seen this timeline changed around? We have people that are talking about the possibility that the timeline is earlier, later, before, who knows, whatever. Welcome, Sarge. Let me check everybody here real quick and make sure everybody's in the house, and then we'll jump into this conversation. Great to see you today. I hope you're doing well, Sarge, and thank you for being here. Let me see here. Sassy Cassie's in the house. Tony Duong, welcome back, Mr. Tony. Official is in the house. SRBBBBB. Good to see you today. Miss Tandy, the Seahawks fans in the house. Miss Contessa, hello and welcome. Great to have you here. Manamana, Gaya Deguchi, welcome all the way from Poland. Welcome back to you, ma'am. Great to see you today. Randy Furs in the house once again. Good to see you, brother. Thank you for joining us. Me, myself, and I. Welcome back to you. Great to see you today. Susie666 in the house. Good to see you. Another UKer, I guess, I believe. Always love our UK brothers and sisters. Miss Alicia J, hey. Good to see you today. Victoria Burgess, welcome back to you. Let me see here. Hang on. Miss Paula, always an honor to see you. Teresa, welcome back as well. Please, Miss Daniela Kiriako, great to see you. Guys, please make sure you hit that like button. Share this out. Let everybody know what we're talking about. And let's get this in that algorithm, if you will. It is great to see all you beautiful peeps back in the house. For sure. I want bean and toast all of a sudden. Gotcha. Let's give this a few minutes to get everybody in here. That way we don't have to go backtrack on this when we get rolling. Can you hear me, Sarge?
Yes, I can.
Welcome, sir. How are you today?
I'm doing pretty awesome.
Good. Everybody's saying hello to you as well. And you're saying hello back. Good you are.
Hello to everybody saying hello.
Yeah. Early in the day to have the thoughts that we've had, in my opinion. But hey, you never know when it's going to hit. Especially with as much as we look at this case,
A brain never sleeps.
This is true. Definitely true. I think you guys are going to have... Go ahead, Sarge.
Conscious and subconscious sides of the brain are always engaged.
And if they're not, you might want to talk to a doctor. That's just my opinion. Just saying. Yeah. Just saying. But yeah, in this case, it's done that. I think it's stimulated our brains to an extent that we can't even control at some point sometimes, Amen to that, official, especially when it comes to this stuff. Captain Jenks, good to see you, brother. Elbow Requa, welcome back to you. Again, thank you to my blue crew for being here. Everybody knows I couldn't do without them.
Everybody should hit like if they don't mind. All right.
Please, that would definitely help, and we could definitely get this in that algorithm. We got 46 peeps in the house and 38 likes. We can do better.
Canadian lady, how are you? Gava. Don't know how to say the last name.
Yeah, Degucci. She's in Poland. Dagucci. The last name sounds Italian to me. Yes.
Dagucci and Smoochie.
I have narcolepsy, so does Mama Bear, official. Don't feel bad.
What's narcolepsy? When you just suddenly fall asleep?
But you can't stay awake, yeah.
There's like in that Mr. Bean movie. You see that Mr. Bean movie when he was in a race?
Yeah.
And he got all the way to the locker to win the contest and he just nodded out right where he was standing.
Yes. I don't think it's to that extreme. Mama Bear's isn't that extreme, but
that's fucking awesome, man.
She has to take medications to stay asleep. That's the problem. So
where is the mama?
I don't know. I haven't seen her yet this morning. Let me check something here. She's been busier than hell working on her house and appointments and all sorts of fun stuff. Busy, but slow. Some of that's slowing down. She's been working on getting her stuff together for her shows too.
Do you happen to have any of those timeline phone
documents? I do have all sorts of documents. Yes, we're gonna be pulling the documents up for that stuff. To go back to that, talking about the timeline and all that fun stuff. Because something he does this constantly to me. It doesn't matter when it is, and Sarge will get a thought, and I either get a phone call, a text messages, or a Discord message. Hey, what are you doing? Nothing. And then boom, knocked it out of the park. And my brain is just like swelling immediately. Like, what the hell? Okay. And we do it a lot. We've done it since we met. We used to do it all the time back in the beginning of the case. And nothing's changed. Nothing's changed at all. We do have a couple new documents too, but we'll get to that later.
It's a shame I didn't have that we could each be one of the people that are communicating and texting.
Yeah.
Right. You could be DM or BF, or I could be BF, or I could be DM, or you could be BF.
However you want to do it, we can do it that way.
That would be cool.
Yeah, that'll work for me. Once I pull that up, I just want to wait just a few more minutes to make sure we got everybody so we don't have to start again.
Can you drop a copy of it in Discord or in the back or somehow? I don't know.
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah, don't mind.
Let me pull that one up for you.
We're being smoked out by the Canadians that don't seem to know how to stop a fire. They get the same problem as California. Don't they clean their undergrowth in their forests?
I have no idea. I know we went through this a while back with them. We were getting it bad.
Yeah, it was just last year.
I thought it was the year before, but yeah.
Okay.
It was so bad. Was it last year?
Do you know that's how pine trees, that's how their seeds get germinated, is with forest fires.
Okay.
Those pine cones, when it's hot, they release the seeds. And yeah.
Wow.
So forest fires are a natural process of the forest itself anyway. Even if man didn't exist, there'd be forest fires.
Sure. Yeah, I didn't know that about the germination. That's pretty wild.
Yeah.
And I think the last time we went through this, it was so bad that our skies here in Ohio were lit up orange. That's how bad it was.
Yeah.
From all the haze and all the craziness.
Yeah, we got the haze. It should be a cloudless day, and it looks like it's all clouds, but it's smoke from. They're at a high altitude though, so it's not really affecting anybody on the ground.
Yeah, it's beautiful out here, and you can tell there's a bit of a haze there for sure.
Yeah, it'll come your way. You'll get it. We shared in it the last time.
Yeah, you're up there a little bit further up than I am, so yeah, you get it, and then I'll get it. All right, hold on here. Let me try to copy
somewhere.
Well, shit, is it gonna let me do it? Yeah, okay. Maybe not. Okay. Nope, I'm gonna have to do that differently. 1 minute here. Hang on.
We're hanging.
Come on in, guys. Grab a seat, get comfortable if you will. We're gonna stimulate your brain a little bit today. I know it did mine. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, like I was telling Dago, I listen to a lot of streams, even if I don't like the people. Usually I avoid streams that are creating third-party arguments that these people were involved, this person was involved. That I try to avoid that to the extreme because, I don't know. It's a rabbit hole that you can't make that square logic fit into a circle. So it's a forever guess. Whereas when you take the data that's given to us and extrapolate from there to try to come to some understanding of what they're sharing with us, bear with me a minute.
Oh, you're all right. I'm just sending you multiple Oh, you know what? No. Forget those ones I just sent you. This one's the best one. I just found another version of it. Hang on. Yeah, this is the best one here. This is all in color and everything. So the very last one that I sent you, Sarge, is the best one, in my opinion. Okay. There's that. Musical, let's see. Okay, hang on. T2014's in the house. Welcome to you. Thank you to the people that are out there lurking as well. We appreciate you as well, guys. Please make sure to hit the like button if you can. Thank you, SRBB. BBBB. Cassie's in the house as well. Anybody I may have missed, I will catch up with you guys. Liverpool, UK. Welcome to you, Susie. Love it. Love it. Love it. Brandy B, the OG. Good to see you today, dear. So how many of you guys are curious as to what we're going to talk about and excited about it? Anybody? Well, put it this way. This came out, the thought came from Sarge's brain first. Then we worked through it. So how about that? Does that make it any better? Or worse? Well, thank you, Christina. Or Contessa. Welcome, Christina. You're not late. We haven't even started yet. I'm trying to wait for some of you guys to pop in. I'm sorry you're in pain, Cassie. I don't know what you did, but you're too young to be having them pains there, ma'am. Just now hitting 35. I mean, 30. Whoops. I'm going to get shot for that one. It's always good with well, thank you for that, T. I appreciate that. I hope so. Hope you guys always enjoy the conversations as much as I do. And after the fact, maybe I'll open it up and let you guys add your thoughts and feelings too. I'd love to hear it. Oh, I'm sorry, Cassie. Yeah, you got to get that handled, kid. You don't want to be going through that stuff at your age, because when you get my age is when you get in the situation I'm in if you don't deal with it. So, and I'm gonna tell you guys, this relates to the timeline. Like I said, we've had the timeline talked about. I've seen creators recently throwing out that they think the timeline happened earlier than the 4 a.m. timeline. Okay, fine. I can see that. I can respect that. So there's that, but and also the timeline at 4 a.m.
Sorry, Diego.
Wow. No. Go ahead. I'm just talking about.
I'm good. I'm good for the day. Someone's 33 and a half. Perfect age. Anyway, yeah. So I interrupted you. I'm going to just catch up where you've gotten to. Have you started into any of it yet?
No. I was just saying that we've seen some. Hey, Mocha. We've seen some creators put shows out talking in regards to the timeline, how they believe that it could be earlier, how they, talking about the timeline from 4 a.m. to 4:20, this, that. It's been ongoing for 2.5 years now. And I've just recently seen quite a few more people putting out the earlier timeline. But
everybody's referring to that TikTok at 3:16.
Yeah.
And not 4:12.
Yep.
And I'm going to say that there is a reason it's at 4:12. We could probably agree on, but when you stick with the data that's given us and try to make it fit into a round hole, I don't see how you could come to an earlier timeline, like a 3 o'clock or a 2 o'clock, or I don't see how you can make that connection because there's nothing to solidify that other than a TikTok and maybe some phone calls upstairs in the bedroom to an ex-boyfriend, which are events, but are they events that denote the time frame of the crime? And I don't think, like we talked earlier, I think there are events that coalesce to make the timeline come alive. It's at a time later than what we're being told.
There you go.
Right.
So what he's saying, folks, is, and think about this. We've always been told 4:08 to 4:20, whatever. We've questioned it. Now there's people talking about it being from 2:30 to 3 or whatever. What if the crime didn't start? The killings didn't start, I should say, the murders didn't start until 4:17 a.m. What if?
Exactly. That observation is a strong observation because it's the only time that we as a group can take the data they've given us and verify that the events that began notes that were taken from after 4:15 a.m. forward are notes that are consistent with a crime in progress, not a crime completed.
And we're going to show you how that makes sense, where it makes sense, and why it makes sense. Because at first when he first brought it up to me, I'm like, well, I don't know. And then he pointed some specific things out, very specific things within what we have in documentation. So it's factual based on what they told us. We're supposed to believe it's facts. That's fine. It make something dinged in my brain when he said this. And I looked at it and went, what? Okay. That makes perfect sense because there's a couple specific things.
There's definitely specific things that make that come alive.
Yes, literally.
And it makes the information we've been given is inaccurate or as false as it may appear. It makes it fit into a circular logic.
Mm-hmm.
That is verifiable logic because they've given us these facts and they've also been confirmed by the defense team.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of logic in this, and it makes a lot of sense when you start looking at the crime taking place later than when they claim a vehicle stopped and went into that home. And if in fact that is true, let's just suggest that it's true, because I'm not trying to exonerate Brian or guilt Brian. I'm not trying to eliminate Brian. But if their timeline has got any accuracy, the dishonesty in it is the 4 to 4:20 a.m. That's the lie. However, were there things happening between 4 and 4:20 a.m.? There may have been, but we can absolutely show that from 4:17 or slightly before then, the facts prove something was happening at that time going forward.
And it's all based on factual pieces of information that were happening at the time, the statements made within the text messages and or conversations on the phone. All of that put together makes this make sense, as compared to how often have we looked at this and said, make that make sense? Well, guess what? This actually could make some sense, folks. And everything we talk about right now within this is all based, like it says, purely alleged, based on speculation.
It's based on the same information that the courts, both in hearings and in released discovery, have put forward, and in appearances by the defense counsel and the prosecution, where the defense makes points that are consistent with the times that my thought was to look at what we have in a different light. We've been shown to look at it in the past tense.
Right.
And I think that the difference is that if you look at what we know in the current text, in other words, things were happening while things were being done by the survivors, then it makes much, much more sense, and you can actually fit a round peg in a round hole. Right?
And go ahead. I was going to say just real quick, the statement that Xana's TikTok changed at 316 was documented within the court system. It's not from the beginning. Yeah, it's changed now.
It's not 412. It's 316.
Yeah, that's documented now, and that's where that statement comes from at this point.
Do you have the first time, the actual time of evening, where the first information was communicated between Bethany and Dylan, and who the first person was that made contact?
I do believe so. Hold on a minute here. We're not going to probably be able to talk. It might echo, so we'll have to work on that, but we'll fix that. No worries. Hold on here. All right. So right here, the following phone records are from November 13th of 22, between 2:10 a.m. to 4:37 a.m., folks. And it starts here at 4:19 a.m. Dylan makes statements to Bethany regarding seeing an unknown male in the residence. The statements are immediately after she perceived this event. In addition, Dylan and Bethany are under the stress of excitement caused by the startling event or condition. That being said, so we know at 2:10, that whole situation that went down, okay, that has no bearing on what we're getting ready to get into, but it's still there. So that's when that all went down. And then we had the 2:53 a.m. MM calls Bethany. 3:51, Dylan creates the contact. 4:19 a.m. Bethany calls Dylan. There's a phone call made that lasted 41 seconds, I believe. 4:20 a.m. Dylan calls Xana, and then that's where
let's cover this 1 minute and 7 seconds. So turn off the volume on your present. I'm echoing.
Yeah, hold on. Let me double check. 1 second. I'm sorry.
Sure.
What happened here? Here we go. All right. Hopefully there's no echo now. Here we go.
Okay. From 4:19:07 to 4:20, we have an interaction. One's a phone call. We're not privy to that. Then there's another phone call at 4:20, and we're not privy to that. And then there's a phone call again at 4:20 and 20 seconds. So these are the interactions. If you go to 4:20:28, they have a 41-second conversation.
Mm-hmm.
What I want people to try to understand is these conversations and interactions are happening during the crime, not after the crime. They're and you'll see as we move forward, potentially, that the conversation is in the present text. It's not in the past tense text.
And what he means is that as the text messages are happening, the way they're being verbalized is not as in what happened before, it's happening now as they speak. And just so everybody understands, so we don't get anybody confused, hey, CZ and Thrive Off-Grid, good to see you, that we're made to believe that all of this text messaging took place after the crime was committed, okay? What we're looking at here now is the possibility of it happening during the commission of the crime being committed.
As the crime was in progress, a lot of us have always had an argument against the timeline, the brief, it was brief. How did they do all of that, right? So you got all these phone calls to 4:22 a.m. When did they begin, Dago? 4:19?
Yeah. Or
Okay.
yeah, 419 and 07 is when it first started.
So
Yes.
from 419 to 422, there's phone calls, and we're not privy to what was in those calls. However, it makes perfect sense that is exactly when things started happening. Okay. Now,
Yep.
to support that and to support Dylan's actions, there's two important things that confirm this. One, I'll share the obvious one, is the dog. We know based on testimony or the presentation of Van Taylor that the dog didn't start to go batshit crazy until 4:17 a.m. and it continued long beyond the timeline as denoted by the state.
And even
these phone calls take place just shortly after that they begin.
And even if you go back to the PCA, which is garbage at this point, the
Right.
dog is not talked about anywhere in the documents until 417, when that sound is heard from the camera next door. And
That's the important. That's the second point. Realize that at 4:17 a.m. or thereabouts, the dog is barking and a noise is heard on a camera approximately 50 feet away, what could be made to be a whimper and a thump. That denotes current actions taking place in the home. And the dog, if the dog could talk, would most likely confirm that violence began at roughly 4:17 a.m., not prior. And that violence continued. Now, watch these text messages and understand or try to envision that these women are talking about a current event, not a past event. So let's go through
how they're saying it, right? So
at 4:22, Dylan Moore, I'll be Dylan. What's going on?
At 4:23, Bethany sends a Snapchat. Okay. And then 4:23:15, Bethany, yeah, dude, what the fuck?
Okay, that is in the present tense, folks. That is not in the past tense. So then what else? Go forward now. Go forward now. Oh, you got a call.
Shit, hold on, Sarge. One quick second. I'm sorry.
All right. We're going to try to present this as two separate people having a conversation that's been interrupted by phone calls. Phone calls that we're not completely sure what was in them, but we can extrapolate when Bethany makes the next statement. You see? In other words, it's unlikely that this conversation happened after the perpetrator left the scene or perpetrators. This conversation is taking place as the assaults and the murders are taking place. This is not after. And I think that's where we're being misled. We were misled throughout the entire PCA, and I believe we all have always agreed that the timeline didn't make much sense. And I think now when you try to understand that these two young women's conversation were taking place during the commission of the crime, then they make perfect sense. And it will establish that the timeline runs from 4:17 forward all the way for up to a half an hour beyond that period of time because of Murphy. If the dog could talk. I'm going to wait for Dago and we'll discuss this more. But I can't stress enough to just drop everything you know and take this information for what it's worth, which is just another analysis that I'm putting out and Dago is putting out that seems to fit the situation much better than any other timeline out there. Let me also say, folks, you know, we are having a problem. We've always had a problem with the delays in all of this. We've always had a problem. We've always had a problem with where there's screams, where there are noises. And to what we've been given, the only time we have a record of something happening is 4:17. And what we've all tried to do, myself included, is try to understand how from 4:17 to 4:20 when the car speeds away. I think the car speeding away is either A, not involved, or B, heard what was going on and got the F out of there. Okay. Thanks there, sir. I don't know how to say your name. And I'm trying to keep us alive and awake here without taking anything away from Dago's participation. I'm suggesting that if that car is involved at all, and I don't even like you, you know that, Jeff. If it's involved at all, okay, that even if people entered the house shortly after 4:07, the physical activity of the crime did not take place until Dylan first heard it, and or the camera picked up a noise, and or the dog began to go crazy. That would simply be the demarcation line. From there forward, the murder started and the crime was engaged. As to whether Brian was part of this or not, I don't know. And I don't know if he was not a part of this. So this has got nothing to do with exoneration or guilt. What we're trying to do and what we're going to attempt to do is make more logical sense out of what we've been shown, which means that this can be completely fucking wrong. But I think as if some of you have made comments, if you ignore any other timeline and pay attention to the 417 video and pay the video being the recording from a camera 50 feet away, pay attention to the dog. And if you want to include the car, do so at your own peril. I'm not even sure a car was involved, but it could be. So, let's accept that in this scenario, this timeline. And the fact that the dog continued on for a half hour or so from 417 forward tells a story much, much deeper and I believe much more accurate, because the dog cannot lie. And the idea that the dog didn't bark during the crimes is now resolved. Of course it did. Of course it did. Consistent with the whimper and the thud heard on a camera at 4:17 a.m. Well, I think that these texts, folks, these text messages, when me and Dago walk through them, if your mindset is to consider that these are happening during the commission of the crime, they make more sense. And the actions of these two girls make more sense. And we'll stutter through this once Dago's done with his phone call. If Dago ever finishes with the phone call. So does anybody have a solid point as to why the premise that we're going to show, why that premise is flawed in a way that it should not be shown? But you hear the dog barking plus shouting. But you don't have a recording of the dog barking for up to 25 minutes after 4:17, Susie 666 GB. We have a recording and documentation that dog went livid at about the time of the thud and the whimper. And that continuing animosity from the dog is what I'm basing this summation on. I think that dogs cannot lie. Where was the dog at 4:02, 4:09, 4:10, 4:11, 4:12? Where was the dog being heard barking? You weren't hearing it. There's no record. There's no report. There's no statement by anybody in court or in a motion that indicates that dog was going crazy prior to the crime, prior to the time of 4:17. Yeah, I don't really listen to Pav. Where was Murphy at that point? Some people may want to say outside and make all these, but we don't have any evidence to support that dog was outside of that house. The only evidence we have of the dog, folks, is from 417 forward.
All right, sorry, Sarge. That was my wife. She's having a bit of an issue. Sorry.
Well, she comes before all of this. This is just,
Yes. But anyway, sorry about that.
So let's go to outgoing message Snapchat. So you'll be Bethany and I'll be Dylan. So start at 4:23:15.
Yeah, dude. What the fuck? Dana was wearing all black.
I'm freaking out right now. No, it's like a ski mask almost.
Shut the fuck up. Actually,
like he had something over his forehead, a little and mouth. I'm not kidding. Oh, I'm so freaked out.
So am I.
Phone is going to die. Fuck.
Come to my room.
Run. Oh,
down here.
So, folks, it's almost impossible not to consider that this conversation and parts of it that are not being given to us makes sense that it happened during the time of the crime.
In the context of it, very much sounds as if it's happening at the point. And Becky, the thud and the dog barking happened at the same time. So if we're hearing the thud from the house, the barking's coming from the house, in my opinion, too. And they've verified that per se. So that's my opinion on that. But yeah, and like I said, or like Sarge said, you don't hear the dog until 4:17. So if this is all going on from 4:08, whatever, till 4:20, why did the dog not start barking until 4:17 when it's over? That makes no sense. But
and can we make the conclusion that between 4:25 and 4:27, Dylan made her way down to her room? Is there any other text between these two?
Not
4:25 to 4:27. You got Dylan outgoing on Snapchat, Dylan Mortensen outgoing call with no identity. Is that the gist of all the information we have for that time period?
No. And then we have for 4:27 through.
All right. So she's trying to get in touch with all of these young people, her roommates, folks. And this isn't 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 5 minutes after the crime. This is while the crime is in progress.
And that makes sense. She's calling Kaylee as if to see what's going on at that moment, and there's no answer. She's calling Dana. What is going on at that moment? There's no answer. They're trying to reach the roommates. There's no answer because they can't, because it's in the middle of what's going on.
Also, from 4:17, the dog is still barking now at 4:37. This we know because of what Ann Taylor told us in court.
Right.
Okay. She mentioned the very narrow timeline. And it would make sense that there was still activity in the home during this period of time of her trying to reach these victims.
And it would also alleviate, you guys, the issue with this being such a short span of period of time to be able to complete these crimes. Okay, whether it's one or multiple people. Instead of the 9 minutes, the 7 minutes, whatever the hell they're saying it is, there's no time span that they have to break here because we have 8 hours, folks.
Not only that, let's be very clear. There is no solid indication of any wrongdoing within that home until 4:17. The only indication of wrongdoing are what they've been telling us, what they've been trying to get us to believe, that between 4 and 4:20 a.m., which they eventually turned to 4:25 and went to 4:30 with.
Mm-hmm.
But the actual crime in the PCA was 4 a.m. to 4:20. And there's nothing within that period of time, be it a dog caught barking or noises within the home, that would indicate any crime was occurring between 4 a.m. and 4:17 a.m. The first idea of a crime begins at 4:17. So even if the car is involved, it could have taken them many minutes to get into the home. They could have, we don't know. But we can be fair and say, if you want to trust the dog and you want to trust the video, you're not hearing the end of a crime. You're hearing the beginning of a crime. They want you to think that's the last part of the crime at 4:17.
Right.
That way they can include the car. That way they can try to include their suspect.
It makes the narrative work for it, for that
Correct.
Situation.
Dylan saying that I woke up around 4 a.m. we know is not true. But when she says around 4 a.m., that can include 4:15, 4:17. That can include saying I was up around 4 a.m.
Right.
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 So,
and that makes sense. And you guys that are saying that you don't think it's the dog, I because I do these things, I went and listened to different variations of dog barks, believe that or not, from different types of dogs, and it can match. It can match. I don't think it's a. You have to understand that if you're hearing it from a 50-foot difference, it's going to change the sound of it as compared to it sounding like it does in your face. Okay, it could be, and it could be another dog too. This is a theory, folks. That's all it is. But it makes sense to me, and it makes this narrative work.
I want to say something that's very, very important. This is not a theory about unrelated facts. These are direct facts that come directly from this case. And you all can simply agree with just basic things we've known because we've been around for more than a week. Yes. When that attack started, that would make sense for the dog to start losing his mind. Or when someone entered the home, there's someone here. That may have been at 4:17.
Well, let me add to that real quick, Sarge, with what else I talked to you about, because that makes something else make sense to you guys. We were told early on in the beginning of this case that it was believed, that it was known beforehand, that this may have started out as being a shakedown of sorts, a disagreement of sorts, okay? And we know who told us that, and that's how this started. So if this did start, we know that there was a DoorDash delivery at 3:59, whatever. That happened, it's gone. They're saying that that's in the documents, whatever. What if these people, I'm saying people because I believe there's more than one, came into the home around 4:08 or 4:08 a.m. and this disagreement, this shakedown, whatever you want to call it, commenced, and it was just a disagreement at that point, an argument at that point, and it blew up and got bigger and bigger, and at 4:17 is when the violence starts to commence. Okay, think about that for a minute. That would make sense. Now, also, we don't know who, what, how, when, any of that at this point with this, but we also know that Dana and Ethan were not home at 2, probably not 2:30. Who knows what time they actually got in the door? Maybe something followed them there. Okay, a situation that they were involved in or had been involved in followed them to the house to finish a situation. If you know what I'm saying, maybe that's what this was. There's a variation of things that it could be. All I know is that we have not accepted what we've been told because there's been too many things with this that make it not make sense. This could make sense, folks, and it absolutely does to me.
To me, it makes the most sense. Not because it dawned on me after listening to other people, other creator stuff, but sometimes data is given to us and we accept it at face value, whether we realize we're doing that or not. And I always recommend that you take the facts given you and try to, they should tell a story. Does that story create circular logic? And we've all wrestled with this timeline to the point where you got people looking at every place in Idaho to create a timeline long before the 4 a.m. start.
Yeah.
And the difference in what we're doing here is we're taking known data and we're connecting it to a start time of approximately 4:17 a.m.
And for
because of factual information we have.
Yeah, this is all based off of factual information. We're told is factual from documents we've read.
Correct. You can't argue these text message times.
Right.
Their conversation, if we scroll back up and you go to the earlier conversation,
yeah,
I think it makes more sense that they're talking in the present tense because go to where Bethany says,
well, right here,
Dana was wearing all black.
Yeah, what's going on? Not what just happened. What was that? What did you hear? It's what's going on. That to me sounds present tense. Okay.
That also, go ahead.
I'm sorry. If you go down a little bit, Dana's wearing all black. That pertains to the phone conversation. And then it says, I'm freaking out right now. Not I was freaking out. That scared the hell out of me, or that freaked me out. I'm freaking out right now. Okay. These things sound and make sense as present tense statements, folks.
Excited utterance and or present sense impression. See, they even explain it in their own stupidity.
Present
They
sense.
tell you that it was a present sense impression. So in order for that young woman, and also this does another thing, it confirms that Dylan witnessed somebody in the home. Okay. So she said Zana's saying wearing all black. That means that there was something communicated that we're not being shown, that Bethany had conveyed to, or Dylan conveyed to Bethany, that someone in black was in the home.
Right.
Zana or Bethany is like, well, Zana was wearing all black, and Dylan's like, I'm freaking out. No, it's like a ski mask almost. So there's other pieces of information we're not being shown.
Right. And that was part of the parts of the conversation in the phone, things like that. But every one of these, if you look down the side here, they're all present sense impressions.
So here's the question, folks. Why did this timeline with their interaction, why would this come after everything went silent?
Right.
Why was she told to run to my room?
And for those of you that are doubting the dog situation, hang on 1 second, okay? The thud, the whining, or the sobbing, whatever it was listed as, and the dog barking all happened at the same time. The sounds they're all heard at the same time, okay? Not separately, but all at the same time. So in my opinion, that means they all happened from the same situation, from the same point, if that makes sense what I'm saying. Not separate instances. It would sound different, in my opinion, if there's a dog outside barking and then you hear a thud and a whining sound. They have a different sound to them. They wouldn't sound like they're together.
But also, let's go back a little bit here and point out some of the things. See, Dylan isn't telling us everything she's saying can't be a lie.
Right.
Because a lie has to cover a truth. So we can rest assured that she saw somebody in black. I think that this kind of solidifies that. But the other thing that makes it a little curious is she's also said she heard what she thought was, it's okay, I'm here to help. And to me, that was spoken to somebody that was conscious. And that somebody, in fact, may have been Dylan Mortensen herself when she crossed the threshold from that hallway, when she looked into Xana's room and saw Xana. Did she see somebody sitting in a chair? Where was that chair in relation to their view from the hallway? We don't know. But the statement, it's okay, I'm here to help, you're not saying that while you're stabbing someone to death.
No, you're not.
You're saying that to somebody that may have observed you or came across you. And that statement may have been made while Dylan was looking down that hallway and be made right to her. And that would fit.
Also, I don't know if you explained this when I was talking to my wife, but that could change a certain other part of the situation as well, folks, that the interaction she may have had with the person dressed in black, okay, they could have, and I've thought about this before, it kind of relates to something Steve himself said too, maybe possibly, that Xana and Ethan were the initial targets per se, and that person walked past her instead of leaving to go out the door, went upstairs and took care of the situation upstairs at that point, possibly, and changed the whole situation around. And that still makes sense to me, that Xana and Ethan either were first or were the targets, and then they went upstairs to the third floor and dealt with that situation after the fact. Okay, that still would make sense, because at that point then she's by that time down in Bethany's room. She doesn't know who and when left when, how long they were upstairs, if they were. There is no way to tell that, but that still makes sense. Hey, Jen.
And I don't mind people poking holes in this. I mean, that's the whole reason to present it.
No, that's what it's about, right?
Right. I mean, if there's holes in looking at these pieces of data as present tense communications, in other words, the crime was in progress and these two young girls are now freaking out. To me, that makes all the sense in the world versus the crime had been completed. She watched someone leave and then she texted. Can you go back up to the first time she contacted? Contacted Bethany. What was the time of night?
That started at
4:19 a.m.
4:19:07. Yeah.
So that tells you that Bethany Funk is hearing something at 4:19:07, which is consistent with a thud, a whimper, and a dog going crazy. She's in the basement, remember? Yep. So she calls Dylan. And then Dylan Mortensen calls Zana Kernoodle. The first call is to Zana, which
Because
would be
that's where
consistent with the dog and the thud.
And the first sound, yes, agreed. Thank you. Sorry, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Welcome, JC and Michelle. So yeah, guys, that all could make sense. It does. It makes most of this make more sense to me if you think about those things. Truly, in my opinion, like I said, if everything, the factual information we're given here is what it is and it's right.
All we're doing is changing all we're doing is changing how we look at it from a completed crime and then the communications.
Yes.
To a crime completed hour before or hours before and then communications at this hour of the night. We're trying to resolve what fits these communications, and the only things that fit are the thud, the whimper, and the dog barking.
Mm-hmm.
That all coalesces just before the contact at 4:19 a.m. from Bethany to Dylan.
Right. I agree with that. And why she thought someone was playing with the dog because he started barking at that time. Well, it's not that he was barking. She heard what she thought was Kaylee playing with the dog, meaning like a moving around, wrestling around type scenario, jumping up and down maybe. Well, again.
Right. Could the dog have been happy to see somebody that entered that property? Was the person that entered the property known to the dog?
That could have been there. It could have been that. Very good point. We didn't talk about that. That's a good point, though. And then,
right.
Or, like I said, if we go with the fact that this was a shakedown, started as a shakedown or an argument, disagreement, that there's a little dancing around, some fighting maybe started off, okay? Then it turns into this bad situation, okay? Those things make sense to me.
She heard someone come down the stairs, go up the stairs, and come down the stairs.
And again, that could still be part, like I said, if this started with Xana and Ethan, there's some noise going on, some dancing around going on. Kaylee comes downstairs. If we go back to it being Kaylee, as it initially was stated, and she comes down, she sees or hears something, freaks out, goes back upstairs. She gets chased back upstairs because I still think there's more than one person involved.
And that house had 2 sliders. There was a slider both up in the bedroom.
Yeah, there was
a slider on the second floor leading to the outside.
Kaylee's bedroom, and then one in the kitchen, right? I'll have to pull up the audio at some point and listen to the barking stuff again. Yeah.
If that dog barking, she said, didn't sound like a bark of familiarity, but that's what I mean. When you denote Murphy's beginning barking of distress, whether he knew the person or not, that would to me denote the actual time the crime began. The violence began at 4:17 a.m. upstairs.
Right.
Right. But it's also possible that it occurred downstairs simultaneously or thereabouts. And that there may have been more than one perpetrator in this crime scene.
Right. It could have started in Ethan and Xana's room, and there was 2-3 people, whatever, in there. Kaylee runs down, sees something, runs back up. One of those people leaves that situation and chases her upstairs and gets involved in that. So, or 2 of them, who knows? Right. We don't know exactly who's there. Okay. And if Kaylee's screaming, like Cat Lady just said, and freaking out, Murphy's going to bark with a more stressed out bark. I guess we could put it for lack of better terms, but yeah, that's his owner. She's upset. He senses that he's barking because he's upset about that. That sounds like that to me. So go ahead. Sorry.
Well, no, it's simply that I think what we'd like the viewer to try to do is the simplicity of the time of start was right prior to 4:17, between 4:19 and shortly before. And I say that because the first communication was at 4:19:07, right? So sometime very close to that, there's something going on that's got even the girl in the basement alerted.
Mm-hmm.
That may have prompted Dylan to look out of her door, to peek out of her door between the noises and Bethany's contact to her, right? So that phone call must have been short. Bethany phone calls Dylan Mortensen. And then 53 seconds later, DM calls Xana Kernoodle. Right?
Yep.
Go right back, right? She calls at this 20 seconds later, Kaylee Gonclaves. At 8 seconds later, she calls Bethany Funk and has a conversation for 41 seconds.
Right. And that makes sense because if she hears that sound from the bathroom on her floor, that's right next to Xana's room. You can mistake the bathroom for the bedroom. Okay. Or whatever happened. It could have started there by the bathroom and worked its way into the bedroom. Okay. So she calls Xana. What's going on at that moment? No answer. Then she calls Kaylee. What's going on? No answer. Then she calls Bethany for 41 seconds and says, dude, there's something going on right now. I don't know what this is, but I'm freaking out. Do you hear it? Yeah, she obviously did. So that all makes sense, folks. It does. Hi, Terry.
Present sense impression and or excited utterance is repeated over and over again.
Through the whole list,
The
guys.
present sense.
Yep, it's all present sense, Sarge. Every bit of it. Every one of these is present sense, except for these ones that say not hearsay, not a statement.
Right. No one is answering. I'm really confused. Dylan Mortensen texts Kaylee her name. There's something going on.
And it's present.
And the idea, let me just squash this. That dog may have been used to a crowded home and different disturbances. Mm-hmm. But from 4:17 a.m. for the next 30 minutes, it went batshit crazy.
Right.
You can't deny that. That was stated in court. And I promise you, Anna's going to make the argument that crime did not start until 4:17 a.m.
There's a difference between a party house and screaming, yelling, and a murder happening. You can tell the difference. Okay. A dog can sense those things. So much corruption. Welcome. Good to see you.
A dog will sense things. It'll sniff things in the air. It can sense your irritation, your fear, your anger, and it will respond to that.
Especially when there's yes.
Right. When there's a bunch of people and it's used to seeing people laughing and joking and pushing each other back and forth. And that's an environment it's familiar with. But what happened that night, that dog never encountered. Hopefully never encounters again. Right.
Right. Susie, no. That's part of the point is they did hear this screaming and yelling. They may have denied it, but they heard it. Okay. That's why they're asking what the hell's going on, because they hear all of this going on. You see what I'm saying? That would make sense. They definitely had to hear it. We've all said from the beginning that when they denied they didn't hear anything. That's bullshit. I'm sorry. So
that thud may have been that thud could have been anything. Could have been Xana hitting the floor. It could have been someone trying to close the door to protect themselves and failing, and the door was pushed beyond them. It could have been many, many things.
It could have been
the door thud
and hitting the bed. Yes.
The whimper and the thud and the bark are consistent at 4:17 a.m.
Agreed.
And I think that those three pieces of information are going to be shown in court. That nobody's disputed them. And even Anne herself says she has a problem with this timeline. And she mentioned the dog. And so when you take that, you could call her a liar or whatever you want to call her. You can't argue against the evidence that's being submitted, which is the thud, the whimper, and the dog barking. And you have Bethany saying she thought she heard Xana in the bathroom. Right?
Yep.
So there's so many. The coalesce of data comes from 4:17. Everything coalesces at that minute in time. All of the chaos begins, and within 2 minutes of that 4:17, you have Bethany trying to contacting Dylan, which is consistent with the crime beginning at 4:17.
Agreed. Hey, Cyborg. Mama, Terry, welcome. Terry said, yeah, they didn't have to go upstairs straight from Steve's mouth. They is more than he or she. So what's up with him saying it was just BK? Well, that's a whole different thing. But
you can't take anything Steve says with anything but a grain of salt. Everything he's shared with the public has been debunked by court information, not by me or streamers. It's been debunked by factual data that we've been shown. In every instance that Steve has made an utterance as to what happened that night. So I would not accept anything Steve G says. Right? What about the audio? So I'm curious if anybody in the chat room has something to argue against 4:17 as the beginning of the crime. Well, believing in stuff and believing in a narrative is one thing, London Storm. But having actual data points tell a story. And these are data points, in all fairness, that you can't debunk. They're undeniable. The thud, the whimper, the dog barking, and the text messages are all within a 2-minute window. And you can't ignore that fact. Those are facts that cannot be removed by saying the crime happened at 2 a.m. make those facts ridiculous. They don't make any sense at all. But these are facts that are recorded electronically. They're not witness statements. They're not thoughts. They're not my opinion, nor Dago's. These facts are documented electronic facts that then correlate with statements made by Dylan Mortensen. So the idea the crime started at 2 a.m. because one of the family said 2 a.m. is the dark hour. I respect that every hour from midnight on is a dark hour for that poor family. But that statement was not made because it was connected to the crime or because they had intimate knowledge of the crime. So I will not, like I've tried to tell people, never believe in information. All information will speak for itself as long as you can try to assemble it in an order that's logical. You see, when you take facts and then all of this information between the communications of the roommates, the screaming and shouting, dog barking, 2:50 a.m. heard on audio. I don't know that that's accurate. I don't know that that's accurate at all. There's nothing in the court case that has said that or shown that. Streamers on YouTube have presented that. But, you know, what we try to avoid here is trying to present or create narratives that aren't supported with fact. Right? There you go. You're muted, buddy.
That's a fact. And that's what a lot of has happened. It's all been based off of hearsay, rumor, and just guesses per se. This is based off of the factual information that's been handed to us. And we've taken that and based it off of just common knowledge with the things we're looking at. And it does bring and ring very logical to me.
It's almost unescapably logical that the activity of not just the electronics, but the activity of the two survivors all coalesce around that 417 thud.
Right.
Within a minute and a half or 2 minutes of that noise and that whimper and that dog barking, Bethany texts Dylan. That tells me that there was current activity that they were alerted to at that time, including the dog.
Mm-hmm.
And the rest of this conversation is happening while this is going on. And when she says she's screwed, that's because there's something still happening in the house. Screwed or scared, it would not matter if there was noises coming from rooms around her.
Either way, you know, even if she's saying she's scared, that fits it. It still fits it. Either way, more accent fits it more, in my opinion, because she's scared of what's happening at that moment. So yes, agreed.
Right. And I'm not going to say that Dylan Mortensen didn't see a man in black and didn't peek out of her bedroom. It fits into the narrative of a present time action based on the conditions that they've explained to us, but they've tried to manipulate it to appear to be everything they do is to say Brian did this. But if we ignore who did it and try not to determine innocent or guilt and just look at the data, the story that we're sharing fits. Be right back.
Yeah, well, here, guys, let's say this. What if let's say, Jeff, you want Brian involved in this? We all know that. A lot of people do. So what if he was involved in it? What if he was giving somebody a ride to this place or some people a ride to this place? He drops them off and it's like, hey, hang out for a minute or whatever. He's sitting there waiting on them, thinking they're going to pick something up, whatever the person told them. And he goes inside and all of a sudden he hears this screaming and yelling. My God. And the bang, thud, boom, the dog barking, and he takes off.
I'll be right back, too.
Yeah, 1 second, folks. Give us both one. Sorry, I got telemarketers calling me left and right. I had to cuss them out a little bit there. Anyway, so if that were just a scenario, just to add to that, since you want to throw Brian into the mix in this, let it be that then. Okay, I'm just saying.
You can't exclude Brian because Brian's a part of the narrative and he's charged with the crime. So you can't exclude his involvement here. He may have been the guy that dropped people off and then heard all of that chaos going on in the house and just zoomed out of there.
I'll even go as far as to give you guys the knife at that point that everybody swears he bought on Amazon. Maybe he kept it in his car as a protectionary situation from being in a new area he's not familiar with, and the person got out and grabbed the thing and walked in with it. These are just things I'm throwing in here to make some of the guilters happy with this situation.
But the real problem with the guilters is they ignore the one fact that cannot be argued. And that fact is that 2 vehicles left WSU. Both vehicles were white 4-door sedans.
Right.
One of them went towards Moscow. And that's the vehicle that they track from here on out.
Yep.
Factually, we know that Brian Koberger remained on network for 7 minutes and even occurred a handoff to another tower south of Moscow.
Yep.
So we know factually that the vehicle that they're arguing is Brian Koberger is not Brian Koberger, and that she was trying to bring a Frank's hearing on that. They lied.
Yep.
So whatever car they tracked, if that car is the suspect vehicle 1, as they label it, it can't be Brian Koberger. His phone remained online for 7 minutes, driving south and connected to a southern bound tower. It made a handoff. So whatever car they're trying to sell absolutely cannot be Brian at the wheel. Okay? I don't know how guilters have such a hard time with that. They are tracking a white vehicle, suspect vehicle 1. And they've showed us the error that they made. And when Brett Payne is asked to any of your videos identify Brian Koberger or his car, and he says no, that's a big tell. 64 gigabytes of data and not an image that can clearly identify the car belonging to him or him, that's a problem. And there's no if, the fact that the car they track from WSU heading to Moscow, if that car is involved in this crime, Brian could not have been a part of that vehicle. Period. End of story. Unless he changed cars. And I said this before, remember? If he were really trying to get things over on people, he would have got into an 11 to 13 Elantra, given his car to somebody else that drove south with it, and then he drove to Moscow and committed the crimes.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
But that would, is that impossible? No, that would be brilliant. Right? If you're trying to fuck with the police. But the odds of that are like trillions to 1. So please, you gotta accept the data that we have. And that data says the car that went from WSU towards Moscow is not Brian Koberger. Brian Koberger's phone proves that. End of story.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Very true. Very true. I mean, I was just throwing that in there to make other things for other people make some sense, per se. Possibly is all I'm saying. I don't believe that Brian was there. I don't believe he was there at all. I think they had many other vehicles that they were seeing driving around, per se, and they believed that they were his. We got a green one. We have a couple other white ones. That makes sense to me. But his, no.
And when a policeman says it appears not to have a plate, it's more likely because the video didn't have the angle for the plate. That's as likely as there not being a license plate on the car, or it was bent under it, like people are arguing it's the green car.
Bottom bumper. Yes, sir. That one makes perfect
sense. It's undeniable that they tracked a vehicle labeled suspect vehicle 1 that clearly could never have been Brian. Not in any universe, no matter how many parallel universes there are, could the car that went from WSU towards Moscow be Brian Koberger. And confirmed that to the court. And she was trying to get this. She's been trying to get this case thrown out for the longest time, but for whatever reason, it never gets any traction. I think let's jump back on this. Is there anything that you're seeing in connecting the beginning of the crime to what you and I have been discussing?
No, I mean, this makes the most sense to me now at this point, to be honest with you.
Right. And I'm not trying to lay blame at Dylan's feet or anyone's feet or at a grub truck or a band field and I think trying to do that is just the most utter waste of time because and it's confusing because it throws even me hearing all that stuff over and over again from people.
It has. Yeah. It's done that for 2.5 years for all of us.
It's so hard to focus on the facts that we have to get them to make circular logic.
Right.
Right.
Absolutely.
Well, in one of the documents they released to us when it comes to the car, why is the car driving away looking black? Why is it a black car? When you have an infrared camera, it'll denote black and white. It clearly shows a white car arriving, but departing, third brake light, lower window is a black car in this image. I don't understand.
That's why I believe there's multiple cars they're looking at trying to say they're all Brian's.
And I think that none of these cars, none of them can be conclusively said to be part of this crime. Not one. Right?
Right.
Because suspect vehicle number 1 was issued because they cannot identify the vehicles belonging to any individual. Do you understand, Terry? That's why the term suspect vehicle 1. Brian Koberger drives a car similar to suspect vehicle 1, has been stated. Right?
Very
no,
true.
I took these right from the court and printed what they had there when it came to. I think these videos are not going to be allowed, these images. Maybe they are, but the image clearly shows 4 pictures: a side view, a front view, a rear view, and then it says on the bottom, this is State's Exhibit S-5.
Right.
And it shows the arriving vehicle and a vehicle leaving where they're pointing out the third brake light, but the car's black. There's no way an infrared camera would denote a black car as white. That's not possible. It could do it to a silver car, but black and white are the 2 colors that an infrared camera will absolutely denote.
Yeah, and let me say something real quick. If they had license plate reader, whatever, dash or not dash cam, but the cameras, the stoplight cameras, whatever, if they had him sitting in this car, we'd have saw that already, folks. We'd have heard that already. They'd have put that out a long time ago because that's your dead ringer. They're not going to hold on to that until the trial and go through all this other bullshit they're going through right now and then pop that out and go, here it is. And Ann would have already come back with something on that, folks, if they had that. Think about that. She would have already made motion or she'd have already talked about that, guys, and she hasn't. They have to share these things, remember? There's no surprises here. So if the prosecution had something like that, a camera picking Brian up behind the wheel, we'd have heard about it from one side or the other at some point, and we haven't.
Brett Payne was asked that question specifically.
Yep.
And he was under oath and on the stand. And he even corrected her. She said, in all the 51 terabytes of data that includes video and pictures, right? Correct? Yes.
Yep.
He corrected her and said, it's 64 gigabytes.
Right.
Oh. She said, do any of these images show Brian Koberger or the car that you're observing to be Brian Koberger's car? And he said, no. So they cannot identify the driver. They cannot connect that car directly to Brian Koberger with any of the evidence in their possession.
Period.
They're making a circumstantial argument that this was Brian Koberger.
Exactly.
Right? And that argument dies the minute they follow the car that left WSU. Suspect vehicle 1, impossible to be Brian Koberger. So
exactly.
But back to this timeline. I'm glad you and I talked and were able to actually share this on a stream. I think it's not really guessing.
No, because it's based off of factual information, folks. Period. If this is all factual information, they're telling us it is. It kind of has to be in court documents. That's what it's based off of, nothing else. And it really does make some sense. Because be honest, everybody, think about this for a minute.
Jeff, listen, I hate addressing this guy. Jeff, it's an infrared camera. It will not show white, anything other than white or black. That car could have been the lime green, like people have shown. It could have been silver.
That's already been.
But one thing it doesn't show, Jeff, and this is why America has become a dangerous place to live. People will make conclusions with inconclusive information. And that's a danger to everybody's freedom. I want the perpetrator or perpetrators executed for this, executed publicly. I want to watch for what they did to those 4 kids or what he did if Brian did it. I want to see the evidence showing Brian Koberger did this. And there isn't anything except what they claim to be transfer DNA. Transfer DNA, the FBI never possessed. Transfer DNA that was never collected by a laboratory. It was on a swab that they claim they took from a button snap. If that button snap is brass, this entire case is debunked. So you got too many holes in this case, and you have to make conclusions based on a story. And I don't want someone executed on the story of Brett Payne or Sergeant Friday. Nobody has that. Their life shouldn't hang on such a thread. That's just horrifying. And look, even if he did it, these people should have evidence that is unquestionable. And they shouldn't need these stories in the media coming out and saying, look at the picture he took the next morning as a trophy picture, a celebration picture. Well, how can anybody know why he took that picture except him and the recipient? If there was a recipient, right? So he wore black hoodies. He interacted with women. All of these stories to destroy this man, destroy this guy utterly as an incel murderess, went to school to become a murderer, is just sick. There should be no room for that in any prosecution of anybody for any crime. And everything they released in the Dateline interview, almost everything they shared with the public is exculpatory that was then presented to the public as inculpatory. In other words, these things prove he's involved and did it. When in fact, when you read those for what they are, they just show a normal guy. Oh, he's a tough grader. Well, do better work, okay? I'm the same way with my help. Do better job. Right, Dago? You're muted, buddy.
I'm always muted. I agree. Yes, sir. And real quick, guys, I just want to show this once again. Jesse put this together one night just because he was bored, he said, just to prove something to himself, okay? Everybody keeps screaming, it's a white car, it's a white car, it's a white car, it's a white car, it's a white car. Okay, fine. There may have been a white car. I don't believe it was an Elantra. I think it was too small, and it definitely didn't sound like one. But at the same time, that's a white shirt. That's a white shirt that kid's wearing, okay? That's Jesse's son, by the way, not that kid, just not to be disrespectful. But anyway, look at the color of the actual color of the shirt. Same cameras Jesse said he has. They're there. Same cameras. Green grass. That looks light gray to me. Green bushes. That's kind of a dark gray to me. That bright blue shirt is white.
Right. And you can see he shined a bright light on him. See the shadow cast behind him with the blue light?
He absolutely.
And no shadow as he drove by that camera?
Yep. 100%, folks. And we've seen it done. The pumpkins are orange. They're white in the video. The green tape is white in the video. Jeff did that, for God's sakes, okay? I mean, come on. These things are possible. He's probably sleeping right now, bro.
You know, it's funny, though. There is not an image of vehicles moving in that area because there was more than just that car.
Yeah.
And that camera does not denote a vehicle of any other color except black and white, regardless of what car goes by it, regardless of the pickup truck and its lens. It only denotes black and white. That's how an infrared camera works.
Sure.
Now, here's the fact of the matter. When he says when light is cast on it, well, I'll tell you what, when you look at the last picture, the departing picture of a black vehicle that appears to have some source of light being cast upon it, that tells me that car is black.
And Jeff, the car is not metal, though. It's made out of fiberglass, dude. The body is fiberglass on those cars.
No. It's metal. It's sheet metal.
On the
but paint doesn't know paint.
The body pieces are fiberglass.
But there you go. I could paint that kid. I could put a white piece of cardboard or a white piece of metal in front of him, and it would show up white. I could put in other words, if that kid was holding a stop sign, it wouldn't show the red.
Right.
It would show two different colors on the sign, and you would know it was red because you know what a stop sign looks like.
Yes.
But it wouldn't show red and white. It would show all white. The red would be unidentifiable as red or some crazy fucking hue of red, if any at all, right?
Mm-hmm.
So no, you can extrapolate all you want, Jeff, to try to make what these police are showing us factual, and that you just can't You can't round the corner. Yes, there were cars there. Could they have been white? Sure. How do you connect them to the crime?
Right. And Texas Ranger, thanks for being here, by the way. Just so you know, we did find that night another vehicle that was in that same area on Linda Lane that turned out to be, I matched it up with a BMW that has that motor sound. There is no Elantra that sounds that way. You can put an aftermarket muffler on something, but
we're being misled because they hyper focused. They were given the name by the FBI, and that's all they looked at from there on out. That's it. And everything they saw, they interpreted through Brian did it. Just like all the guilters. You're beyond the capacity of thinking, and you're believing like the police. To the exclusion of all else, they focused on Brian Kohlberger. To the exclusion of multiple DNA samples, they ignored Brian Kohlberger, or they ignored them and went right with Brian Kohlberger. Right. To the extent that even the cop on the stand said he couldn't upload any other samples because CODIS would have deleted the one they uploaded. Is this guy's a lead investigator? How many? So are you saying to me that in any situation after that was uploaded, the one, if I upload Dago's DNA and then I upload Cletus's DNA, Dago's DNA is going to get deleted? I mean, what kind of an idiot is this policeman?
Very good point.
It's not fair. And the bottom line is if anybody concludes as innocent or guilt, you're not being fair with the process, and you're not really pointing your fingers at the people that need to be questioned, which at this point, and has always been, the people that represent us, that are there to protect our children and our lives, not invent stories, because they seem to make some kind of logic to them. Because the FBI gave you a name. I'm sorry. Like I said, I've been named in many crimes. Some of them I committed, some of them I didn't. Right. And the ones that I was convicted of that I didn't do, I sued and was literally given big amounts in checks. Not big, but back in the day they were $5,000 and $10,000 on 2 different occasions for being arrested and charged with a crime I didn't commit.
Guys, please hit the like button. We got 180 people in here with 86 likes. Can you guys please hit that button so we can get this thing out?
Like.
Please.
So, Dago, what do you think of the timeline? Do you agree that 417 is at least the most solid point that coalesces to the beginning or the crime was in progress?
Based on the facts that we have been presented at this point, it does make the most sense to me now, seeing it that way. I never thought of it in that sense before we talked about it. So yeah, it truly does make a ton of sense now, Sarge. And it makes other things make sense that we were all sitting here going, what?
Right. It even takes my senses off of the roommates themselves. I don't know if they were involved in the crime, but it seems like they allowed the police to lead their stories. And so they're keeping Bethany out of this. There's a reason for that we're not being made aware of. I mean, that information is crucial. How can anybody say that Brian is guilty when you don't even know what the other surviving roommate's testimony is?
Right.
How can you make that conclusion? Maybe she saw a black man, a Hispanic man. Maybe she saw a naked man. Maybe she saw no man. We don't know.
That's true.
Right?
Very true. That's very true.
And the fact that and I'm going to call them the government, not because it's political, but that's because who these people work for, us. We are the government. That Brett Payne and that Cracker Claus dude work for you and me. And I don't need them making up stories that I have to agree to. I need them to show me the facts, and the story comes from the fact, not the opinion of a policeman.
Right.
That wasn't there, right?
Yep. Agreed. Jeff, whatever you're sending me, you didn't send it to me. You sent me blown up. It doesn't show the Elantra unless I have to. Oh, wait. Okay. Or the car.
And even if it is an Elantra, it can't be Brian.
Well, no, because the data, the actual data does not allow for that based on what we know.
No, the phone data that's been released to us so far, the minimal amount of phone data that we know is in possession of the police, that data all by itself says suspect vehicle 1 is not Brian. You don't need Cy Ray to tell you this. You don't need anybody to tell you this. Now, show me something other than black or white. Where's a black or white? Where's a green vehicle, a red vehicle, an orange vehicle? Where? Why are the pumpkins white?
These are orange, and
the railing is gray.
Yep.
Right. The railing's a dark color. We don't know what it is, but what's facing us should be gray.
What is that? That gunship gray or whatever the hell? That's what that looks like.
Look at the vehicle in the road and the pickup truck in the road. Are they black vehicles? They sure look like it. How is the vehicle driving away not a black vehicle? They can see it in the middle of the left part of that frame. Right there. Right there. Right above the second pumpkin. There's a car there. Up.
Oh, right here? Yeah. Yeah.
What color is that?
It definitely don't look white to me by any means whatsoever.
It looks black, doesn't it?
This one here looks, black or blue or dark something. Yeah.
And it's in but now scroll down.
Thank you, Outcast. Appreciate that very much. As always, man, make sure you guys are checking out his channel, by the way. He's been doing amazing.
What about the full car? Isn't there? What is that we're seeing there? Right.
That's another vehicle sitting here. Hold on a minute.
Right under your house. Isn't that a vehicle?
I believe so. I thought it was right there. That's the headlights.
Yeah.
I think.
Okay.
And that definitely don't look like an Elantra, by the way. It's too small. Okay. That's all you can see, though. It doesn't show.
No.
The one out on the road here. This is the Dateline stuff, mind you. So, yeah, that car there is not white by any means, folks. What's up, 12 gauge?
Where your mouse is right there. What is that that's showing black? Down. No, the other way. Up by the pole. See where the right there. What is that shit? What is that?
Looks like shrubs or grass or bushes or some kind of shit. Something I don't know. Dirt, grass, whatever.
It's in shadow from the vehicle. Then.
What you got to say? What are you talking about?
Why are there headlights shooting out from it, though? This is what I don't understand. When you look at that big tree, look what's right in front of that image I asked you to put your mouse over. Are those headlights shining away from the scene, going away from the scene? That's what they're calling it. They're telling you that picture denotes departing. Third brake light, lower window.
Yeah.
Now, the headlight in the deck, the railing of the deck, that headlight is not departing. That headlight is approaching. Where your mouse is denotes another vehicle departing the crime. Am I wrong?
No, I mean they're shining. The lights are pointing towards the road,
and they're shining up the street up towards that house.
Yeah, exactly. Like you can see that the house is illuminated right here.
Is that a vehicle leaving the scene?
I mean, there's a vehicle here. I don't know where it's coming or going from, but yeah, it looks like it might be approaching per se.
But nothing in that image can denote Brian Kohlberger nor Brian Kohlberger's car. I don't care if you saw 80 billion frames of movie. None of it shows.
It's been stated that this car actually could have been a Dodge Dart. It makes sense to me because the car I see on the road when it's leaving looks more like that than an Elantra to me. I'm just saying.
Who cares if the car's speeding out of the neighborhood? That is not proof of a crime.
Not at all.
You can't say that car was involved in a crime because it sped away.
Not at all.
I mean, man, these people believe stuff and there's no fact at all will be considered. And that's why I really have a problem with that guy. None of the facts that are actual facts that are written in fucking black and white are acceptable. None. And it's like trying to convince a Muslim to be a Christian. Why even waste your breath with somebody like that? Let the guy be a Muslim and leave him alone. You be a Christian and shut up. No?
That's a good point.
And so back, rather than trying to trick, this guy just wants attention. That's why I can't. Anyway.
I know. I get it.
I think that we can agree, and we both in this discussion, prior and current.
Yep. Let me see this other vehicle that was sent to. Oh my God.
Can conclude that crime began somewhere near and or about 4:17 a.m.
Right. I can agree. It does make perfect sense to me.
I don't believe the car in the image is arriving. It says in the image, I got a copy of it. You thick-headed nut. Departing. Third brake light. Lower window. The vehicle in this image is black. This was given to us by an exhibit. State's exhibit. S-5. This isn't me making my own fucking decision. It's in their documents. And I don't have it scanned into the machine, Dago, but you could. When they first started showing images of the car, this came out a couple of months ago. So the car they're telling us is leaving is black. I really don't care what Dateline showed you. Dateline couldn't tell the truth if Dateline had a gun to their head. If they were facing execution, they'd lie until the bullet entered their body. That's their job. Their job is to tell you how to think. And too many people are just too stupid to understand that thinking is an analysis of facts. And the facts must paint a picture consistent with somebody's conclusion, be it yours or what you're listening to. Like this clip. This clip does make a conclusion, doesn't it, Dago? We've concluded. What have we concluded? You're muted again.
Always. Sorry. I feel, hold on. Show that blown up picture I sent you. That rear is spot on 11-12. I didn't know if I got it yet, Thrive. Hold on. I'm going to throw my phone in the garbage can. Spam calls, one after another. If you send it to me, send it again, Thrive, because I didn't get it yet. Anyway, the timeline matches up more with these text messages and phone calls and all the other stuff that plays into this than with the time we're looking at this point than it does with what they've told us.
And I want to be very clear. I don't have any investigative skills. I'm not investigating anything. And if anybody thinks that you're an investigator or you think you're investigating shit up here on YouTube, you need your head washed out. You really need your brain washed. I am not investigating a crime. I'm taking the data that's been given to us by investigators and trying to get some sense out of it. Right? This whole video proves that there is no outside third-party story. We're not weaving a web of who did it, who could have done it, or who might have done it. We're not even saying Brian did or didn't do it. This entire stream is to point out that the behavior of the survivors, the behavior of the dog, and what was recorded on a camera 50 feet to the northeast of a home all coalesce at the same time. And that matters. That tells us a story. Not some wild image that they're telling me that these cars, there's nothing to support a vehicle's presence at this crime. Nothing. No more than there's evidence to support the Banfield boys were at that crime. Or nothing to support the kids that were running away can support that they were there. There's nothing. There are images of events that mean nothing. And if you're going to take an event that means nothing and tie it to something, you have to make a connection that's unquestionable. And if you didn't learn that from what we're showing you here, it's unquestionably true that the survivors' text messages, the camera's recording, and the dog's behavior all coalesce within under 2 minutes, all essentially right on top of each other. And there's no, I don't have to believe anything. That's a fact. Is it not, Dago?
I can agree. Thrive Off Grid wanted me to throw this picture up here real quick. Is this the right? Is this the one, Thrive Off Grid? Hold on here.
That is an Elantra between the years of 14 to 16.
That's what that looks like to me. Yeah.
You know why? Because you can lightly see a reflector on that rear panel. Go all the way back, up above the black. You right where your mouse was a second ago. You can almost either right I want to see it or I am seeing it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would accept it as a 14 to 16 Elantra white.
I can agree.
The rims also would denote that.
The wheels are what got me with that one. Is that the right picture, Thrive? Yep. Compare that to the stills they put out.
No, I'm not. I don't really. I think arguing about the car is a fetish for some of the guilters.
The car
is trying to support a story that's unsupportable.
Yeah. No, I see what you're saying too, Thrive, and I appreciate that too. I don't listen, folks. I'll be honest. I've said this before. I think most of my team knows this. I don't think there was a car there that had anything to do with the murderers.
Either.
The murderers, I believe, the people that committed the crime were on foot. Came in the back, went out the back, period. And the car could have been parked on Walenta for all I care. I don't think this car has anything to do with this. That's just my opinion, of course. And I know I haven't for a long, long time. I just don't believe. I think the car is what they based on the fact, first off, and I'll tell you another reason why I believe that real quick. If I'm going to go commit a crime, it's somebody that has the intelligence level that he does, in my opinion. If he did this, You're not going to drive around and promote yourself before you do it 4, 5, 6 different times. Go, hey guys, here I am. I'm getting ready to go kill people. Who's going to do that? Okay. No, it makes no sense. I don't believe that car has anything to do with the crimes committed in that house. I think the people that did this came through that back door, went in, did what they were doing, and went back out that same door. And again, if there is a car involved in this, it was down on Walenta somewhere else, off behind the house in another area, because it wouldn't be smart to bring a car to this situation to begin with. That's just my thought. So maybe people don't believe that, understand that, or want to know that. That's fine. I respect that. I do. I always have. But again,
and I don't really believe anything. I don't believe he did or didn't do it. I don't believe that the data supported to us tells an accurate story.
Right.
I don't have any belief power at all. It's not a matter of belief. It's a matter of what are they showing me, and does that tell the story does that fit the story they're telling me? And I don't want to talk about it, the car, because Ann proved in court that the vehicle they're calling suspect vehicle 1 could not have been Brian Koberger.
Right.
That's a proven fact that they tracked the vehicle going from WSU to Moscow. That vehicle can't be Brian because Brian's phone continues south and receives a transfer from one tower to another heading south. Brian's phone accounts for his position. Brian's phone was on longer. And the reason you know that the cops are wrong is they claim his phone was turned off 7 minutes before it ever was. And then they turned it off 7 minutes before it was. The white car that they track is real. That's the car they're tracking. That can't be Brian, because for 7 more minutes, the third tower that was not allowed to be brought up in the hearing, the third tower comes into play, and the third tower picked up Brian Koberger and kept him on air for 7 more minutes going south. That's an unmitigated fact at this point. And it's reinforced not just because Ann said it, but because Hitler told Jennings, if we're going to bring up the third tower, then we have to have a Franks hearing. So the evidence is clear. It's not, me believing anything. That I don't understand how hard it is for people to realize that thinking and believing are two wildly different things. What do you think, Dago?
I agree.
I know I talk a lot, Dago. Can't help myself.
It's okay. You like the sound of your voice. I realized that 3 years ago. Nothing wrong with that. I love you.
Yeah.
You know it. Yeah. It's all good.
And none of the points that I'm making mean Brian didn't do it.
Or that he did do it either. Either way, it doesn't have nothing to do with that. It's based on putting out information that is factual information and coming to a resolve from that.
All right. If I walk in your house and I see a bag of groceries on your kitchen table, I can naturally assume that you just went to the store recently, right?
Right.
But then when I look in the bag, there's a pair of sneakers in a lunchbox. It's got nothing to do with you going to the store. Your kid put it there.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
So until you have enough facts to come to a conclusion, you can assume and believe whatever you want. I could wander around your house thinking Dago just went to the store. Why isn't he ordering? Why isn't he offering me something to eat? Right? I mean, you get an attitude and shit, right?
Exactly.
And in the end, there's a pair of soccer shoes and a kid's lunchbox in that brown paper bag.
Exactly.
And that's why you can't believe in data that you see, data that you hear. The data will eventually, there'll be enough of it for you to make an understanding of what it is you're looking at. And so far, I don't, it took me, 2.5 years. Mm-hmm. And if not for a lot of these other streamers, you included, and Lana and a whole bunch of other folks, it probably never would have clicked in my head that all of these 3 events took place in such a narrow time frame.
Yeah.
Texts, the dog, the video.
Well, I never thought of that until you pointed the timeline thing out at me, and I'm thinking about the situation, and I go back and I'm remembering that we don't hear anything else about this dog. Nothing. So that kind of made me go, wait a minute now. Okay. And then all the other things that kind of fall into play. When I looked at the text messages again, first off, they're all labeled as present sense impressions.
The conversation.
The conversation itself. And I was like, Why I never looked at that, I don't know. But maybe it wasn't important at that time. But shit.
Because
Okay.
here's why. For the same reason I didn't. Because we're being bombarded with people's interpretations. And even I added to them. I'm guilty of this too. A preconception of what these messages mean. We know there's some dishonesty or confusion in there. They don't make any sense. How does that explain the 8-hour delay? So there's so much contrasting bullshit that bringing these timelines and looking at them and seeing how they stack on top of each other, we've never noticed that perspective. And in all fairness, no matter how smart we are, we just didn't catch that.
Yeah, the 911 call is not listed like that. That has no bearing on what we're talking about, though. That's a whole different thing, that 911 call, and it's a joke too. So there's that. I'm just saying.
And her statement of around 4 a.m. is consistent with the timeline that coalesces with the dog, the video, and her texting.
Well, do you want to think about it, Jeff? Since you want to pull that statement out of that, is it present sense? When she makes a phone call, she actually says, if you want to go there, not that it means anything, because I think it doesn't make sense, but there's something happening or happened in our house right now, and we don't know what. So take it either way. That's all I'm saying. The car means shit to me, folks, just so you guys know. I don't care about the cars. I don't care about the car, other than the fact that I think that they followed around many different cars and said, that's Brian's car, that's Brian's car, that's Brian's car, and none of them are, in my opinion. And that's okay. I respect everybody else's feelings. I do. But the
fact that the FBI agent himself has said the identity of the 14 to 16 wasn't made from around the house.
Right.
And the fact that he says he's more comfortable with calling on 11 to 13, that adds more credence to wondering what, if any, car was involved here.
Right. Very true. Very true.
And I think it's rather, and I think it's presumptuous and almost cruel to start pointing fingers at people like the Banfield boys or to drug dealers or to all these other groups of individuals that we'll never really know unless somebody comes out with the truth. Exactly what happened that night.
All I'm telling you, Jeff, is that it reads that way. I'm not saying that it actually means that. This, again, is a theory based on the facts that were given to us. You will never accept anything other than what you think.
Let's prove that that's what that means. I can prove to you that that's what that means, present tense. When that document's up on the page, you have to ask yourself, what prompted? You mean to tell me Bethany stayed downstairs for an hour or so, 20 or whatever, while the whole crime was being committed and only was alerted to make a comment to Dylan or somebody at 4:19? Something had to prompt that girl's act. Was she just lollygagging? Was she too busy? What prompted Bethany to contact Dylan at 4:19 a.m.? And what does she say? What she says something, right? Which would mean that something currently was taking place that prompted her to contact Dylan.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes, sir.
Do you got a copy? I hate to bother you with that.
Hold on a minute. Let's pull it back up.
All right,
here.
I don't want to rush you.
Find it again. I pulled it down for a minute, but then
sorry.
I lost it. You're fine. It's not your fault.
But I suggest the statement that Bethany made to Dylan, the initial contact was because of existing circumstances, not past tense circumstances.
Even if that isn't what that meant, it still reads that way in a sense to me. So I'm just saying, but
Bethany Funk calls Dylan Mortensen. Right? At 4:28. 4:20 and 28 seconds. When did this start?
Right there.
Does it start above that or no? 19 it started, didn't it?
Right there, 4:19:07. You're right. Sorry.
So nothing in between 3:51 and 4:19. Nothing.
Nope.
Bethany makes the first contact. Bethany being the furthest from the crimes and the most insulated from the noise. She calls. As discussed during this phone call as present sense impressions. At 4:20, okay? Mm-hmm. So 53 seconds later, Dylan is trying to get a hold of Zaina.
Right.
No go. 20 seconds later, she's trying to get a hold of
Actually, Sarge, if you want to add this in, because it does, I was just reading, thinking about something. Bethany calls Dylan at 4:19 first, okay?
Right.
And then, hold on, yeah.
What prompted that communication?
So Bethany's on the ground floor and she's hearing whatever's going on, she's calling her saying, "Hey, what's going on up there? What's all this noise? Blah blah blah." That's my opinion. I'm just saying. That's not what was said for
we
sure.
don't know what she said, but something prompted
Right.
her to contact Dylan Mortensen at 419, which is right on top of the 417 camera and the dog barking.
Right.
So she contacts Dylan, and then Dylan immediately, within 53 seconds, is texting Zana. 20 seconds later, she calls Kaylee. And then Dylan Mortensen then returns, then calls Bethany back. This is all current things that are happening right at the moment. And something had to prompt these communications. And I'm pointing to you that the dog, the moan, the thud all connect to this.
Right.
That makes the most sense. What prompted Bethany to contact Dylan originally? In the present tense of that time, the only thing that we can wrap to that is the stackable timeline of events that are recorded on camera and audio of the dog, the thump, and the whimper. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So don't tell me that this happened long after the crime was done or after the person left the house. These things were happening. Something was going on that prompted Bethany in the present to do what she did by calling Dylan.
Right.
Makes
sense to me.
421.
And then they start calling everybody, guys. They call Xana. They call Maddie. They call Ethan. Again, in my opinion, no one's answering. They're calling them all. Asked to say, what the hell's going on up there? What's with all this noise? What happened? What's going on?
Let's add another tidbit. That there wasn't a focused call to Xana. They were trying to call. In other words, the whole house was under attack. They knew that. Fair enough?
They're calling everybody. Yes, sir.
Bethany Funk calls Ethan the Champ. Dylan Morrison, Manny Mogus. Bethany Funk calls Xena Kernoodle. Dylan Morrison to Bethany Funk. No one is answering. I'm really confused right now.
Right now. In that moment, right now.
Yep. I don't, you mean when you say instructions?
Oh, I say instructions. I don't know what you mean either.
Yeah, and there's more information we're not being seen. Bethany Funk outgoing message to Snapchat, 423. 15 seconds later, Bethany to Dylan. Yeah, dude, what the fuck? That's a statement about current noise, I would suppose.
What is going on right now? What the fuck, dude? Right.
The statement Xana was wearing all black means that at this point, by 423, Dylan Mortensen likely saw somebody in black within that residence, peeking out the door. That's probably an accurate statement, but long beyond. This is crucial. She's making this statement beyond the time of the crime, according to the PCA and according to the state. However, she's freaking out right now. No, it's like a ski mask almost. She's not talking about what she heard an hour earlier or half an hour earlier. She's talking about what she just seen. Fair enough?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I can't pull my eyes away from seeing this in a conversation during the event of the crime, and that these crimes continued on based on Murphy's testimony until almost 30 minutes after 4:17 a.m.
One of the biggest statements here that grabs me and takes me to lean into this, Sarge, when Dylan says to Bethany, "I'm freaking out right now." Not whatever just happened freaked me out. Not I was freaking out. Not what the hell, that was weird and I'm freaking out, or I was freaking out. I'm freaking out right now. That's a bold statement, folks. And it's a direct statement, in my opinion.
Right. He had something over his head and a little in mouth. I'm not kidding you. So freaked out. Right? If you scroll down a little.
Yep. So am I.
So am I. Why is she freaking out downstairs? According to what we've been made aware of, Bethany really had nothing to do with this.
And that's not so was I. I was too. I am. So am I. As in right now.
Right. Come to my room. Run. Down here.
And then again, They're trying to call Ethan, Bethany.
So
Dylan.
somewhere between, I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying, then they're trying to call Ethan again because, in my opinion, he's the man in the house. And just trying to reach somebody. Okay. So
now from 425 to 427 is the interlude where she left her room to go down to Bethany's. You see?
Yep.
So she got up the courage to run. And now you will not see them really texting each other.
No, because they're in the same room at this point.
Correct.
And they're still trying to reach out to the rest of the roommates, all of them. Okay.
And it's okay. It's okay. I'm here to help. It's okay. I'm here to help. Would be consistent with a perpetrator making that statement as she crossed that hallway and looked into that room and saw Zana on the floor.
Mm-hmm. It does make sense. Most definitely, sir.
Yeah. Are you up? Are you up? 11:29. Are you up?
Now, these are all the next morning. Okay.
Hours later. Yep.
Dylan to Maddie, are you up? Dylan to Kaylee, are you up? Bethany to Jenna. And then the 11:56 to 911. That's all quite interesting to me. And again, I still have issues with, somebody said it in chat, that if nobody answered any of this, and here's why I believe this now, this makes make more sense too. Everybody says, and I said it before, if nobody's answering, why didn't you go check? Well, if they believe that there's something going on at that moment within that house, that would explain why they're not leaving their room.
Correct.
That would explain why they didn't go out into that house to see what's going on. Because at that point, if they're truly scared, if they're not 100% sure of what's going on, because again, guys, I still bank on the fact that this may have been what we were told: a shakedown, an argument, a disagreement gone bad, a fight that turned bad, that got very violent. And in turn, they may have known about that part of it, that it was going to be a shakedown and they were staying out of it, or it was going to be a disagreement. They were staying out of it until it went bad. Okay. That makes sense to me too. I'm just telling you that I still feel that could be the whole reason for this situation at some point.
Something had to have happened to prompt both of these young women to try to contact their roommates. Something significant.
Right.
We can't label that. We don't know we don't know. But something significant prompted this immediate concern from Bethany to Dylan and then forward. And all their acts to try to contact their roommates. They did not possibly factually know what happened, but that whatever happened was serious enough for them to lock themselves down in Bethany's room. And for Bethany to encourage her to come to my room. Right?
Yes, sir.
They're showing clear acknowledgement in this behavior of something going on. Right. In the present tense. This is not something going on at 3 o'clock or 2 o'clock. It's at 4:07 or from 4:19 a.m. forward. In the present tense. They knew something was happening. And Dylan didn't want to leave her room. She was scared. Right?
I got to agree, sir.
Yeah. Awesome stuff, man.
And Donna, yeah, that's what I was saying. And Jen goes back. Sorry, Jen, I had your comment up there for a minute. Says that they had to have seen Ethan come back to the house, though, with Xana, because how else do they know to text him or that he's even there? I personally think that all of them had to have met up and talked prior to this. And that's possible. We do know that the 2 a.m. situation happened without Xana and Ethan. And did they know that those two came back together? Maybe they were calling him to see where they were.
What Happy Hounds count? Can you highlight Happy Hounds?
Yeah, hold on. This one here.
Yeah.
When you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. It's certainly true in this case, as in life. Amen to that one, Happy. That's a great statement.
That is, the context matters, and that's how the news media tells you how to think. Mm-hmm. They give you a piece of information and wrap it in a context, and that context is telling you how to view what you're seeing, how to interpret the information.
Right.
And that's not news. That's not what a free and fair press is supposed to do. And many of them have been caught on hot mic saying, my job is to tell people what to think. Mm-hmm. And this is consistent with how your government officials, whether they be district attorneys like Bill, or they be a president, or they be a congressman, or they be a news feed from Fox or CNN.
Mm-hmm.
They're telling you a context around a piece of information. And many people accept that context so deeply that they won't question it. There has to be a car involved in this crime. And there's just nothing you're going to do to change that person's mind. It's not even worth talking to them.
Well, that's what started this. That's where it starts. Right? They built from that, per se, with the whole thing, and then started the whole propaganda train based off of those statements. And here we sit. Nobody's ever going to let that go. I've never thought, maybe the first 6 months, I was okay with the car situation. And after that, I thought about this, like, who would take a car to do something like this? And then when they said there was nothing in his car, there was nothing there, then we start seeing all these other things, and it kind of made it solid for me that I just don't feel there's an actual car involved in that house and the people that left to go into that house. I don't think it was there. I just don't. So that's my opinion. There's no proof that there's a car sitting behind the house in that parking lot. None of that, folks. Nothing. And I think if they had a video, even a still shot of Brian Koberger sitting in a car at that house or around that house, we'd have saw that 2 years ago, and Ann would have talked about it more than once. Okay, and it's never happened. So you got to remember that. Yes, cat lady. That's what I was talking about. We've talked about this already too. That if you go by Kim, and she stated that her daughter got Snapchats at 10 a.m. about the crime, which she actually said earlier than that. And it does make total sense at this point. And it actually, like Sarge said a while back, it makes it more believable now. Because now we see a verification of certain things that we didn't know then. So that perfectly makes sense in some senses. Thank you, cat lady.
Change the way you look at things. And that's, listen, this is not investigating. This is thinking, folks. And when you have solid pieces of information, whether they're true or not, doesn't matter. You have to think to how all of this comes together. And being told the context, how to view it, is a threat. It's a danger to your ability to think. I'm not in any way, shape, or form telling you all this is the only way you can look at this. This is how it happened, because I don't know myself. But what I am trying to show you is that when you think and you could see a series of events coalesce in a timeline that's under 2 minutes, the likelihood that they're connected is possible, highly possible. Doesn't mean they are. But is it coincidence that the dog goes nuts, the video picks up a whimper and a thud, and then shortly thereafter, Bethany is texting Dylan? What does she say? What the fuck? That shows an acknowledgement there's something funny going on around them. And I can accept them not realizing it. I don't know that I could ever. It's unforgivable that they didn't do anything prior to 11:56 a.m.
Right.
I don't know what prompted their fear and all of that, or prompted them to stick to themselves or stay on Snapchat. But just imagine, even the people they were communicating with, are we going to be witness to that? Are we going to be shown that? And it would be nice to know, do we know what conversations were happening on Snapchat, Instagram? You're muted, Dago. You're muted, buddy.
I'm here. I wasn't saying anything.
Oh, I got time delay. I'm seeing your mouth move.
Yeah, I was just listening to you.
Oh, yeah, my bad. I was watching YouTube and it's behind. I don't got it on live. And that's why I'm saying you're muted, because you had something to say, and that's fine. But I don't know. I think common sense isn't a hard thing. I think we all have it. And trying to break away from the narratives we've either formed in our mind about, the stories told by all of these other streamers, and all the accusations against all these other potential criminals or doers or participants, is how our context gets unfocused. And we never really, as individuals, try to form our own context from the information provided. And we get swept down that path. You get caught up in the current. Me, you, Dago, we all do.
Very good point. Very good point. I agree. And I really thought this was quite an interesting take on this situation. And again, with the facts, with the information that we have that, is based on fact, it made so much sense, even to look at it, whether you believe it or not, or you want to believe it or whatever it is, it's still interesting to talk about it, to see it in that
Oh,
aspect, and to make your mind look at it, even if it's just to look at it from another direction.
can I say something?
Of course you
The
can.
statement in the middle of the screen is a lie. The state's evidence will show Dylan and Bethany went to sleep after 4:37. And they seek to produce the following phone records starting at 10:23. But we now know that Dylan remained active on her phone until 6:30 a.m. 6:30 a.m. 2 hours beyond what they're telling us.
Yeah, they were on their phones all night, and said that
So,
herself, that they never were not on their phones.
And in one of these documents, it also says that in black and white that Dylan Morrison was using her phone at 6:30 in the morning. They're trying to suggest with these statements, this is what I mean. They're trying to create a narrative. This is how you need to see these communications. These girls went to bed at 4:37 and woke up at 10:23. That's not true. These documents also show that Dylan Morrison was on her phone at 6:30 a.m., deleting images, editing videos. This is a fact that's been produced by the prosecution and discovery, not me. And that's what I mean when you think you can spot differences. Right?
Yep.
So that statement is completely inaccurate, but that statement gives you the 100% argument that these girls went to sleep. That's what they want you to think. And that's not an accurate statement. That's a lie. It's dishonest. Right? And I'm not going off of what Ann Taylor said in court. One of the documents you showed today showed that data that I'm sharing, that she at 6:30 in the morning was deleting and editing videos. So when you see these kinds of discrepancies, you're not catching them if you're following a specific narrative that they've told us to consider. And that usually tells you that you're being misled for a reason. No, it says right there they were sleeping. I agree with you, Beck. There's no evidence. In fact, there's evidence to show that they were not sleeping.
Yep.
Right? But this tells you they went to sleep after 4:37 a.m., which could mean, just so you know, which could mean 6:30. And that's why when they write these legal documents or someone's trying to pull the wool over your eyes, they'll make a statement after 4:37 a.m. Well, that could have been 7 o'clock. But then they go on to suggest that at 10:23 activity picks up again. So when you look at that statement and look at the next timestamp, you're naturally inclined to think, and it's not wrong, that those girls slept from 4:37 until 10:23. That's a lie.
Amen.
I listen. I wish none of this was documented this way. I really wish that they had an image of Brian behind the wheel of the car, or there was a bumper sticker or a dent or something else to identify that car as being his and only his.
Right.
Right?
Agreed.
I'm called No Filter by Gambino. Miss Gambino, she might be French.
Now she's Italian.
I know.
The French Italian paisan.
The name ends in a vowel. You're pretty much Italian.
Well, unless he was already gone, London, or knocked out. That's the only way. Right. I'd agree with that one.
Listen, I'm going to say this. It's not pleasant, but it's almost as if he was taken out quickly, and she was made to witness it, and that's when she exploded and started fighting. Yeah. That would make sense. That would fit what the limited knowledge we have of that room.
It is very much agreed. Hey, Ginger, good to see you.
It would also fit multiple perpetrators.
He's dangerous, Sarge. He's a big kid. He can defend this situation. He can fight back. He could cause a problem. He could do harm to a person. So he had to be taken out first, probably, or beforehand, to ensure that they could continue with what they're doing. You know what I mean? So, if their evidence is that their phones had no activity and therefore were asleep, I will roll my eyes. They're probably going to get stuck, Jen, because we've been rolling them like crazy.
No, there is evidence from the state's documentation that Dylan Morrison was awake at 6:30, deleting videos and editing pictures, or deleting pictures and editing videos.
That is true. She was.
It may even be in this document. I'm not so sure. But it was on one of the screens that you put up here today.
I think it's on the other document where
That's fair enough.
Let me see. Let me.
But this isn't telling a story based on facts. This is a story to create a narrative to get you to believe a narrative because they trust that you're not going to think, because we've all been trained to believe a narrative, an idea, or a thought. People believe the Banfield boys were involved. And that is just what we've been trained to do, and we don't realize just how stupid that is.
Well, I think at the very beginning, I think I even looked at the Banfield kids at the beginning because we didn't know anything at the very
me too.
You know what I mean? But at some point you gotta move past the things that make no sense in this and have no relevancy and move on to what does, in my opinion.
Right. And it's hard to do, folks. And look, I'm not a genius or nothing. It's hard for me to do. I mean, I've envisioned this in ways based on data that's verifiable, and I'm probably completely wrong. But I'm not going outside of the house. I'm not accusing a boyfriend. I'm not accusing a kid at a grub truck. I'm not. In other words, I'm not trying to solve a crime. I'm not an investigator. I'm just another, one of the billions of us out here.
Yes.
And it would be so nice if all of this data was given initially instead of 2.5 years later.
And that's the question as to why, guys. Why did we not know or see? This doesn't change anything other than our look at this. It doesn't change the crime that happened. It doesn't change the perpetrator that they have in custody. So why couldn't they show us this then? That's the problem. Okay. That's the answer that everybody has on the tip of their tongue that they want, or the question everybody has that they want an answer for. All right. And then it goes on. Truly, if you want to see how much they were on their phones, because Ann says they never weren't on their phones. She says it herself. They were on their phones all night and on nonstop. Guys, look. This is the other document. Okay, this shows it's just ongoing from this point on. They're calling.
Go back. See, they skipped it, put in another document. I'm echoing.
Oh, I did it. God damn it. Hold on.
That's okay. In another document, I'm relatively confident it said that Dylan Morrison was editing video and deleting pictures, or one or the other, at 6:30 a.m.
I think it might be in here. Hold on. At some point, it's part of the statement from the defense, I believe. Let me get down here. Hold on. Yeah, all of this is going on. As you watch the time climb till they get to the point where 911's called, it's right there. Takes photos. Bethany's taking photos here. Dylan is messaging incoming, outgoing Snapchat. Messages incoming, outgoing Snapchat. No, it's in Hippler's document, Sarge. That's where it states that about editing.
Yeah, but it does say that it's 6:30 in the morning that Dylan Morrison was editing video or deleting video and editing pictures.
And that's what part was skipped out of this.
And that's why I'm saying that's a mistake to go 4:37 to 7:30, because I was hung up on that until today. You showed a document.
Right.
And Ann has made the argument. Let me just say, in Ann's defense, in all fairness, she's made the argument that these girls never went to bed. They were up the entire time.
Yep. And she says that too, that they're on their phones all night long. Okay. Maybe it is this document. Hold on. They were not. It says it right here. They were together with the ability to talk to each other. They were not asleep for 8 hours. The messages the state seeks admission of as exceptions. The hearsay begin with a call and a message about being confused. So this might be the document. Hold on. Neither of them called friends, family, or law enforcement for help. Instead, both have a substantial amount of activity beginning in the earnest less than 4 hours after DM made her way to Bethany's room.
Communicate with friends. Second grouping of messages. State claims fit within the exception. Dylan Morrison woke up and realized her roommates had not responded to her earlier text. The state is wrong. DM was awake.
There
she
it
was
is.
Messaging on Snapchat. She was on Instagram. And she texted with her dad. And this is not an exhaustive list of activities of her phone. She was with Bunty Funk, who was also communicating with her parents and then later friends.
Yep.
Yeah. And these differences in narrative, there should be no difference in narrative.
Right. Again.
And people want to say she's defending him and she's got us. No, it doesn't work that way. A lawyer now, she's making claims about factual documented time. that's verifiable through phone activity, not her client. Her
Mhm.
client didn't tell her that these people were still on their phones, or he'd be guilty, right? So this is coming from the actual possession of the information from the phones, and the state's trying to exclude the times in between 4:30 to 7:30 as not being relevant. Or maybe they're going to argue they're hearsay during those times. But if they're not hearsay at other times, then they can't be hearsay at any time. I can't wait for the trial. I honestly, regardless of other people's opinion of the judge, I don't see a jury convicting him. Just on the stuff that I'm pointing out. I don't see how you can coalesce around the idea he did this.
I want to think, well, like Eddie always likes to say, in a right side up world as compared to an upside down world. Sure, I'm with you on that. I really am. Hey, Tomboy. And I hope maybe that it'll be seen that way, you guys, and that's why this has to go to trial. A lot of people are like, no, Dago, there needs to be a mistrial. He needs to get off. No, there don't. Listen, this has to go to trial, folks, in my opinion, because if it doesn't, none of this stuff is going to be presented to the world. Okay. It's not going to be shown for what it really is. In turn, the truth won't come out, which is what this is all about. And if they just mistrial and they sweep it and it's done, it's gone, or whatever happens, it's over. Okay. What's going to happen? There's no justice for the victims. There's no truth for Brian, whether he did or he didn't. Good Lord. Hold on 1 minute.
Yeah, no problem. I can't, I'm telling you, my gut feeling is that, and just because I like to think, I think that in this situation, the evidence that they've put out to the public supports Brian Koberger not being involved. That does not mean he's not guilty. All I'm saying is, between 5 a.m. and 6:30, DM engaged in activity on her phone, primarily creating, and therefore, well, for once, Jeff. Okay, thank you, Jeff. Okay, that's basically what I just said. That Dylan Mortensen and that young woman were not sleeping from 4:30 till 10:30, as the state is trying to get you to accept. They want you to think that these two young women went to bed at 4:37 and weren't up until 10:23 a.m. That is a fucking lie. And this is what I mean. It's got nothing to do with critical thinking. It's just thinking. Why would the state lie? I wish Dago could put that last document up and then highlight Jeff's comment, because there's an absolute lie in a statement from the state. Okay? That means you must question everything your officials do. Sometimes when you question what your officials do, they make perfect fucking sense. So what I'm saying is not everybody is criminal. Not everybody's trying to conspiracy. Not everybody's involved in trying to set this kid up. They're hyper focused on this guy. You can make an argument they're doing it on purpose. You can make an argument that this is very common. You see it amongst your fellow streamers to the exclusion of all other information. In other words, we can clearly show when Dago gets back that the state has lied that these two young girls went to bed. And yet that will not affect people that believe he's guilty or believe he's innocent, which is what I hope. I try to say this all the time, man. Don't believe anything. It's got to be in black and white, or you got to be able to see it. Seeing is believing. Not always, but for the most part. So why are they trying to shut that down? Why are they trying to shut that down and get the readers of these documents, or the observers, to accept the idea or the thought that Dylan and Bethany went to bed until 10:23 a.m.? Why lie about that? There's no need to lie about that. And that's the point. If they're lying about that, what else were they lying about? And that's how I approach things. I hope they fix their cameras before their trial. The worst I've ever seen in a streamed case. being reported girls left their sororities at first. I don't know about the sororities. And I know I'm a little fucking weird when it comes to I really am not interested in all the theories, the paparazzis, and all of these arguments. This guy did it, that guy did it, these people did it. None of that is just it's a rabbit hole that has no end. And you can't solve this crime with your cell phone or the internet. In most cases, that's going to be true, folks. And so trying to understand the data and put it in a form that's sensible. And the most sensible way, and Lana says this all the time, I've been saying this my whole life, timelines mean everything. Timelines mean everything. And it was partially because I heard Lana say that last night. Then I listened to some other stream. And then it dawned on me that the timeline tells a story that's being ignored by all of us. And that timeline is from 417 forward. The events that we are aware of, the events from that period forward are telling us a story that's consistent with the crime scene. And I think that's just a point of view that's been ignored, and by myself until just the other day. It's so Dean and Bevan can be held accountable for that. They were sleeping or something like that. Yeah, I mean, we don't know until we hear from the people that wrote these documents, right? Who's feminine then? Meg P. Who we got here? Esther, Meg, Carol.
All right. My apologies again.
All right. Now if you back up, I'm not sure what his last statement is, but
where? What? Who?
Jeff posted in there a while ago, maybe 30 or 40 tweets ago or texts ago. The statement from the state. There you go.
That one?
Go back further. No, further than that.
Hold on.
Between 5 a.m. and 6:30, Dylan Moore's engaged in activity on her phone, primarily creating, editing, and deleting images and videos.
Yes.
Okay. He put that in the chat room. I'll highlight and copy that.
Sounds like they were asleep at 4:37, then continued from 5 to 6, communicated from 5 to 6:30. That comment there.
Here's I just copied and pasted it. Okay, that's what he said.
Mm-hmm.
Put that up on the screen, and then show the document where they tell you they went to sleep after 4:37, and then the next timeline they begin with is 10:23. So what they're portraying to the reader of the document, it was the last page you had that you took down. You were looking for this statement. Jeff gave us the statement. Sorry, right. It was the last page where the text messages were and the phones.
Yeah, up here.
No, it was highlighted in dark shades of gray.
And the color one. Yeah.
The one we read through. Yeah.
Yeah, there's too many of them. Hold on. Let me go backwards to that. I think this is it. Nope.
Okay.
No. Hold on. There's 4 different versions of this, so I have to find the right one.
But in the one, I think the audience saw it. Their statement is they went to bed after 4:37 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
Then the next text message that the state provides is 10:23, which would lead a normal thinker, a normal individual, to conclude that these girls stayed asleep for that period of time. And in fact, that's not true.
Right.
Go up. Right? No. Maybe it's somewhere else. Keep going. There.
Yeah. Okay.
It will show they went to sleep after 4:37 a.m., but that's not true. Between 5 and 6:30, she engaged in activity on her phone. So this is what I wanted. This is valuable in showing people why believing is a danger.
Of course.
For you to conclude 4:37 they went to bed and at 10:23 they picked it up again is a perfectly fucking normal thing for you to conclude. I would conclude that. Anybody would, right? Does that not imply that those girls slept until 10:23 a.m.? Dago?
This does, yeah, it
Okay.
does.
All right. And it's not true. And this is what I mean by people creating a context and telling you how to think. So you naturally would accept that those girls stayed in bed until 10:23. However, factually, that's dishonest. It's a lie. They were awake. Dylan, at the very least, was awake until at least 6:30. But then we pick up text messages at 7:30 or phone communications at 7:30, which then later suggests, if you're thinking that she did not out for an hour, she was doing something between 6:30 and 7:30. And so my point is the timeline statement there is a blatant lie. And there's enough information in the documents released for us to prove it's a lie.
Yes.
That's why you should question everything and think about it. And as more data is given, like if they showed data that showed Brian was most likely the perpetrator, I'd accept it 100%.
Sure.
Right?
Agreed. I think most of us would have, but it hasn't happened yet.
No.
I want to find the other document. I can't remember the damn name of it. I think it had something to do with the bushy eyebrows. It's the document that Judge Hippler put out, the court put out.
And I just want to add this. These statements may not be blatant lies in as much as they're doing it to hide something. A lot of times, folks, you get to the exclusion of everything else. You have ideas and thoughts in your head, and to the exclusion of any countering data, you will not unfocus yourself from your conclusion. So the statement that I just called a lie may be not, in fact, an intentional thought through lie, but the view of the officer that wrote that, or the people that wrote that, viewed it this way, not understanding that statement is inaccurate. So they could have done it intentionally, but in a lot of cases, it happens because of tunnel vision. To the exclusion of all else, Brian did it.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I just explained that, Jeff. And look, I'm not condemning, law enforcement across the board.
No. It's not. And again, I've said that 100 times. But we need law enforcement. That's not the issue.
Yeah.
This issue specifically here.
But this is really the biggest form of corruption within our system is what I'm sharing. It's systemic corruption that they're trained. And your gut feeling isn't enough. Your belief is not enough. You need facts. Belief be damned, gut feeling be damned. Provide the facts. And there you see a lot of people just don't do that.
No, it's true.
I'm guilty of it too. I'm not like pointing my finger at everybody except me. I'm guilty of that myself. It's an unintentional thing. And I try very hard not to do that.
Well, and this statement here seems to be coming pretty normal at this point. The Carolyn made that both roommates know who killed the victims. A lot of people at this point now, based on what we have been exposed to, they feel that at this point, period. And I truly can't say that I don't believe it. Honestly, there's nothing that makes me not believe it. I'll put it that way. There was a statement in here. I was trying to figure out where it was, that explains where she's doing that, what you were talking about earlier about the editing videos and photos or some shit. It's in this document here somewhere.
Okay. And also an investigator, and this is another, and when I say corruption doesn't mean criminal behavior, folks. You could have a corrupted hard drive. It doesn't mean your computer's a criminal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Corruption, folks, is got a multitude of meanings based on context. So when I say that there's systemic corruption within our police departments, this case is a perfect example of one of the most common types of corruption, which is tunnel vision. Their hard drive is stuck. Brian did it. And so everything they view is through the lens that he did it. And every interpretation of information is through that lens, and they will not allow anything to interfere that lens. That lens is set in rock.
Yeah.
And it's dangerous to do that because you end up oftentimes convicting people and putting them in prison. Many on death row. And confirmation bias really doesn't explain it completely. This is a trained systemic issue that you pick up from the police you are trained by those that you work with. And in many times, let me just say, they're right probably more than they're wrong with this tunnel vision. Right?
Yep. Agreed.
I mean, that's the catch-22 with it, because you're more often right with it than you are wrong with it. And you begin to depend upon it, and you decide Brian did this. And every piece of information you have, you twist into that narrative.
Yes, sir. This is a fact.
No, I wouldn't go on his show, not just because I have no respect for him as a person. And he's one of these guys that wants to join the team to tell you what to think.
Oh,
he is not. He has no, like, Dago and I may have had differences over these last couple of years, but it's not because Dago is trying to, lick the feet of news media so Dago can make more money and say anything he can say just to appeal to the media. And that Daniel is that kind of a guy, and I have no respect for him for that.
Understood.
No,
I
don't. That's my personal. Nobody has to follow that reasoning. That's my personal assessment, and I Dago knows I'm kind of an asshole.
It's just feeling. I respect it. I'm not a feet person either, so that's not an issue here. So
yeah, it's an observation. Dago and I have had disagreements, but one thing that I've always noticed is he is a decent guy, and he really tries to help. And sometimes he tries to help too many people at once, or he gets confused which side to be here or there, but it's never through ill intent. In other words, he's never really done anything with the intention of causing trouble or causing anger or hurt. And that's just the kind of guy he is. He's a decent guy. And we've butted heads a couple of times and sorted through them.
We always talk through it. No big deal.
Yeah. I mean, I just, we're not out here trying to disparage other streamers and although I've engaged in that, I've directly attacked streamers that I look at some of the things they put forward needed to be attacked.
Agreed.
It's egregious, right?
But there's a couple of these things that have gone way too far, and at some point you got to say, wait a minute now. They were just upsetting to even hear. So I had to agree.
The bubbly waters of the world, and Tommy was doing it. I think even Rory walked away from true crime. He got dragged into it. I was dragged into it in the beginning too. I mean, I'm not, but there has to be some reason, some reasonability. Let's use that word.
You got to draw a line somewhere and decide not to step over that line when it comes to this case and say, okay, where's reality and where is fiction? And you got to be able to recognize the difference between the two. And at some point it gets carried too far. It's very easy to do, but that's where you got to control the situation. And I've tried to do that through this whole thing. There's been mishaps here and there, but this case, guys, all over the place. It really is, okay? And that you got to pull back from it. You got to pull back from it. You got to pull the reins and say, okay, whoa, let's back down here a minute and go back to this. Take a step back and relook at it and make it make some sense again. At least come to a conclusion of keeping it in reality.
And let's be clear, folks, 100% clear. There isn't a single point of investigative work that led them to Brian Koberger. What led them to Brian Koberger was the FBI telling them the name Brian Koberger.
Yeah, that's a fact.
And then they made everything that they were aware of fit that narrative.
Yeah, they built it around him. They built the case around him.
Right, that's but unlike Ann, I don't suspect that they got his name and then built a case. I suspect that a lot of the information they had collected, because they also, I remember them saying that they had his name early on, but Brett Payne said they excluded him.
Yeah.
Okay. So what I want to say is I'm not in complete agreement on things Ann said, but I think they excluded him, but then they went back in their work. And once the FBI gave them the name, for some reason, they felt that was the truth of all truths, and everything that they had excluded became part of their story.
Yeah.
And then they started digging deeper. The fact that Dylan says, I couldn't recognize the guy. He should have jumped off the page at me. She made a comment about his nose.
Right there. It's right here. I just rolled up to it. It says, when asked whether she told Bethany the male had a big nose, Dylan stated, all I remember, but I don't remember big nose at all. Like at all. That's like, all I remember is like some bushy eyebrow in the black. Oh my
Yeah,
God.
there you go. You see? That paragraph, that small paragraph, that's what I said a month or so ago, that the eyebrows will charge him, the nose will set him free. How could you not notice that kid's nose? That kid could not have grown up with me in the 80s. I promise you that. Because he would have had a nickname for that nose. We'd have called him Sailor Brian, because that nose is as big as a sail on a sailboat, for God's sakes. The wind blows and Brian's head starts to turn. We'd have been all over that kid. In a fun way, but they picked on me. I'm not going to tell you how they picked on me, but yeah. But that's a stunning statement.
Yeah.
When asked whether she told Bethany Funk Mail the biggest, all I remember, but I don't remember Big Nose at all.
Well, when she was shown the mud, here's the thing: anybody that has remembered seeing anybody, drunk, not drunk, sober, whatever you want to call it, if you show somebody a mugshot and you have seen this person, your mind automatically is people have photographic minds. Your mind's going to go, oh, wait a minute, okay, yeah, that reminds me of something that looks familiar. That didn't happen with her. She said, I don't know who that is. Okay. That's a problem. That's a problem. So that tells me you didn't see this. Even if you just saw this. Okay. Even if you just saw this, your mind is going to tell you.
No, but she excludes that. Here's the funny thing. She excludes that and then draws it. And she only drew it because the police officer mentioned a balaclava. What do they call it?
Balaclava. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. The only reason she mentioned eyebrows was because the policeman brought that up to her. Did you notice his eyes? No, I didn't notice his eyes. Did you notice his eyebrows?
And with a nose like that, I'm not surprised I don't recognize it. Period. It should have jumped out at her, and she doesn't recognize him at all.
Right. And so if you're going to believe anything, it would be that statement there. Of all the statements that she made, she saw someone in black. Let's accept that as accurate. It fits. The description that she was shown did not fit. The fact that she noticed, when asked whether she told Funk the male had a big nose, she stated, so, she's being led. And even when being led in this case, and look, she says, it wasn't like one of those circle ski masks, which would be the baklav.
Yeah. Balaclava.
Balaclava, whatever it is. That is the circular opening of a ski mask. As other ski masks would have either a hole for the mouth and a hole for the eyes.
Or the same thing that a firefighter wears, which is a Nomex hood. I wore them for years. It just encases this part of your face. It's a circle. That's it.
Well, she's saying it doesn't.
Right.
But it wasn't like one of those circle ski masks. That's all I remember.
And she drew what they told her to draw. She was fed that, folks. She didn't draw it on her own. There's the problem. It wasn't like one of those circle ski masks. And the statements she made within these interviews are so disturbing to me. It just blows my mind. I know he's a white guy just because I know he's a white guy. What kind of a statement is that? That's not an answer to that doesn't match, guys. It just doesn't go right for me. I just know he's white because I know he's white. What? That makes no sense. I'm sorry. It just doesn't. All I remember, but I don't remember Big Nose at all. That's like, all I remember is like some bushy eyebrow one in all black and some sort of mask, but it wasn't like one of those circle ski masks. That's all I remember. Well, that doesn't describe Brian Koberger to me at all. Okay. It still blows my mind that they're still stuck on that being him. And with all that being said, Sarge, let me ask this question. How is this girl a reliable witness to begin with? If she's claiming that she was drunk and that she was this and she was that, how is that reliable? Somebody answer that for me. She heard the voice. She didn't recognize the voice. Testified she opened her door, saw a man in all black, which I believe was a person. Well, what else do you think it would be? It wasn't a cow. It wasn't a dog. It wasn't a bat. Okay, it's a person. So what else? I mean, some of these statements make no sense.
Well, and actually the investigators, it shows a complete lack of non-training.
Yeah.
See, if you go back up to where she had talked about the back of
Balaclava.
and then and the information that was then given in text messages and all of that, there's certain questions they should have asked her which are relevant, which should be things like, how long before you went downstairs did you see the man in the ski mask?
There you go. Great
Right.
question.
She doesn't know that he left the house, so knowing the direction of that footprint is relevant. They're assuming he left through the rear sliding door.
Also, knowing that the staircase
did he not go upstairs after she viewed him?
Yeah, that staircase is right there by her door, folks. It's in line with her door and where that footprint was. So that could have been, if she didn't see him, literally see him walk out that back door, he could have been going upstairs at that point. She doesn't know. We don't know. Okay, that's the problem with this testimony.
Also, where were you when you heard the statement, "It's okay, I'm here to help"?
Right.
Where were you?
That's a good point. Where were you standing? What were you doing when you heard that statement? Yes, very good question.
And right, and all of those questions then will give you an understanding that she was alert to something or not. It may have just been a random statement she heard.
Or nothing at all, right?
It's okay, I'm here to help. My interpretation based on the timeline is that what she saw? Is that what was said when she was looking down that hallway? It's okay, I'm here to help.
Yep.
Right. I don't know that that's true, but it would fit the narrative that now they're telling us is their narrative they're going to use in court with Dylan.
Yeah.
Their timeline based on text messages and phone calls, that's their narrative that they're going to use in court. And you would want to ask more open-ended questions, not questions with any potential suggestion in them at all.
Right. And DM or Ranger, I agree that she said, or they say that Dylan will testify, but as far as identify him, it won't happen. I agree with you.
Right.
That's not gonna, because she can. That's a great point.
And they didn't carry far enough on their questioning. They
started and they fed her, Sarge. They fed her. Say, you can't say they didn't. They let it. Yes.
They led her. It'd be like me saying, Dago, you're sitting at what, Dago? What are you sitting at?
My desk. A desk.
Okay, now I know Dago's at a desk. I could have assumed that, right? Or I could have said, Dago, is there a coffee cup on your desk? And Dago would say, no, there's no coffee cup on my desk. So in other words, I'm getting him to tell me he's at a desk, but I'm making the conclusion before I ask the question.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what the policeman did here. These investigators, and you're not supposed to do that. It's supposed to be fully open. Let them fill in the details.
Right.
What did you see first? What did you hear first?
Yeah, their questioning was done backwards. You don't do it that way. They did it.
We have a recording of Murphy barking. When Murphy barked, was that the barking of Murphy? Did that alert you to something in the home or some problem or something going on?
Right.
Right. If she would have said yes, was that the first time you heard the dog bark? Because you got a recording of the fucking dog barking. Was that the first time you heard him bark? No, he barked a little sooner than that. How soon? I don't know, a couple of minutes. Now you're building to narrow in a timeline because your dog, folks, is a hard point. Your camera that recorded a thud and a whimper are hard facts.
Mm-hmm.
And those are the facts that you're trying to establish forward and backward from.
Yeah.
Because you could confirm these facts without any human interaction, right?
Very much so.
And I don't know who trains their policemen. It ain't Sarge.
Well, it's because they had to build this story out of nothing. Okay. In my opinion, of course. And yes, Catley, I agree with that. She said that they really had no reason to hold Brian if she didn't recognize him. They didn't. They really had nothing else on him. That's how I feel. And I agree with her. They shouldn't have, but they did. So, but no, in my opinion, like I started to say, is they had nothing else. They had to build this story for this case. Like it was said earlier, we all know how they did this at this point. We know the back doors that were taken. We know the unsanctioned database, the way the FBI did what they did, all this stuff we know at this point. Okay. So they had to take this guy and build this case around him. That's not how you do this. You take a case and then you find the perpetrator from the case. They did it backwards, completely backwards.
Has Miss you been listening to the whole stream, or did they just come in recently?
I don't know. I just now saw them now. Welcome, by the way. Thank you for joining us. 351, I mean the then damage control. Okay. I see what you're saying. And that's another big piece of this. That 351, when you're adding a contact to your phone, that's important, I think. Who and why?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I don't think there's any more importance to that than the act itself. and I say it because of this, because she was still awake. That shows and confirms that. And not only was she still awake, Bethany was awake. And there's nothing that we can confirm until 4:19 a.m.
Right.
So let's just forget the evidence that's there and take the 4:19 text from Bethany to Dylan. At that moment in time, they were alerted to issues in the house at that moment. Not at 4 o'clock, not at 4:10, not at 3:52. Bethany came alert at 4:19.
That's why this makes sense to me. Yes.
The dog began barking at 4:17, as well as a thud and a whimpering recorded on a camera. So the activity in that house has got more data showing 4:19, 4:17 as when the noise began and the activity began, and not before. There's no other solid evidence to make it before 4:17 when Murphy started to go nuts. The camera caught a thud and a whimper. And they never asked the order in which things that Bethany experienced things would have been so important. When did you hear? How long after you saw the man did you hear, "It's okay, I'm here to help"? How long before you saw the man in black? None of these investigative questions were ever asked, and they're highly relevant to narrowing down what happened there.
Right.
And you could try to go back and ask him now when she's on the stand, but the idea that this crime took place prior to Murphy going nuts, prior to the camera, and prior to Bethany texting Dylan, I can't accept any argument that would go in that direction, because those three time links are stacked. All right. Other information needs to be given us for another time to be a relevant time to consider, in my opinion.
I can agree. Yes, sir.
And I think I think that the questioning of these two particular roommates was as unprofessional as ever. They didn't help. They helped push the narrative of 4 a.m. till 4:30 with tunnel vision to the exclusion of all else. Right? That's true, Yvonne.
Yes, sir. Just because Dylan saw only one perp doesn't mean amen. I mean, that's a fact, folks. Just because she saw what she saw, there could be 3 other people in that house. They're just in different areas. That's not hard to understand nor believe at all.
It was a size 9. I highly suspect that it would be more to the size of someone Dylan's height. And it depends if it's a man or a woman's shoe.
Yeah. Brian, welcome back, Deanna. Brian wears a 13, so it wasn't his.
And even if it was his, I mean, her timeline is just, it's very strange to me that timeline only really comes to life and talks to us at 4:17. There's no doubt something was happening at 4:17. It's unarguable. Nobody can deny that, right? But from 4:17 until 3:51, there's no known activity, be it recorded or activity from the dog, that can be documented or spoken to at this point. So what's this an image of? The camera roughly 50 feet away.
Yeah, sorry about that. This is the area that's why they're showing this here. Okay. This is the house that it came from. And of course, that was Xana's room. It's literally 50 feet, like they said. So, like I said,
that's not 50 feet. That's not 50 feet. It's got to be on the back of the house where there's a sliding door or an entryway.
It's around the back corner is what I was trying to point out with my cursor. Sorry. Not right here, but like around. Yeah. Anyway, sorry. There's a part on here. I'm trying to bring it up to show you guys something. Hang on. This is the one that was authentic. Yeah, let's try that again. Authenticated. Jesus. There was one in the beginning that somebody else put out that was debunked, and it's not anywhere near like what this is. All right, here we go. Let me make sure this is pulled up the right way.
I'll mute.
Yes, sir.
Now we're right.
Now that was the first clip. Here's another one. This is the one that has the other sound in it, just so you guys know. A little bit of a
Now we're right.
My phone rang and I couldn't hear any of that. If that's the inaccurate video, that's terrifying. It sounds like Ethan. And I think he's saying let me up, not let me out.
Hold on a minute, Sarge. There's a couple variations of this, and a couple that were verified. The point is the dog thing, the thud, and all that stuff. Just a minute here. Okay, go ahead, keep talking to them, Sarge. I'm going to pause or mute and look for this real fast, and I'll find this other one, and I'll be right here.
That's all at 4:17 a.m. If that's true. Yeah. If that's true, are they trying to represent that as? Hang on, I got myself on two channels here. Okay. Are they trying to represent that video as actual video, and that it started at 4:17 a.m.? I'm guessing that's what this is, and if that's true, it's most terrifying. But again, it does confirm what we've put out on this stream, that the activity began at 4:17 a.m. That could be an overlay, and it may very well be. Hey, Miss Dakota. But something happened at 4:17 a.m. and it's documented through video, audio, the dog barking, and within 2 minutes or less, Bethany contacting Dylan through text message. So that particular time is highly relevant. Yeah, unless it comes from the courts, folks, until we get this data given to us, you got to ignore all of these creators with all of this stuff. I mean, it's, I don't know what it is with folks that maybe they just want clicks or they want people to follow. I don't know what the deal is. I can't ascribe motives to what people do. But man, it's very distinct type of voice says, give me the piece. I thought it said, let me out or let me up. But again, they're telling you what's in the audio. And so as you're reading that, you're hearing that. And that's the problem. That's how you create context. That's how you tell people how to think. Yeah, so 258, you know. What musical contestant? Oh, please, Sergeant, explain yourself. I have no idea what that means. Oh, please. Do you want me? Is that what you're saying? Please, Sergeant, please. Give me the piece. Well, we don't know that video has got any, that clip has got any place in reality. We just don't know. I don't know. And not knowing means that it's hard to, you know, what do you do with that? Until you know, it's just another data point that could or could not be real. Please, Sergeant, please.
I don't know why I'm having such a hard time finding this damn audio. Hold on a minute.
Is it any different in the... Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know about the veracity of that video, says my cousin Vinny. The veracity could be. You just can't know until you know, until the fact is established. Give me the piece. I'm not playing it. Dago's channel, he put it up there, not me. I never even knew it existed. I've never heard. What are we talking
about? What are we talking about?
Well, that video, I've never heard that before. I don't know what that is. I don't know if it's real or fake or edited or.
There's different versions of it. I'm looking for the right one. Oh. Okay. Yeah. That one was labeled as the right one. And
any of them that have been released through channels that are official.
Yeah.
There is. So the court has released this video, the state of the defense?
Yeah, there was video put out, the one that Dateline had and the one that, hang on, a couple other court.
And we know that they came directly from this case, and it is that camera?
That's what prosecution and the defense have stated it. From my understanding, that's my understanding of it.
And what's the timestamp on that?
4/17.
Yeah, okay.
Just like it says in the document. Hang on, I think this might be it.
I'd like to see its origins and veracity confirmed.
Yeah, I can't even find it with the Dateline stuff now. It was Dateline. They brought it out and they played it for a little bit. You can hear it, okay? The only reason why I was going to play it was because it's all being played in unison. Is the point I was going to make. Is it's all.
Yeah, but a lot of what Dateline has given us hasn't been accurate information, or it's information that they should never have gotten their hands on.
The one that they talked about came from the court documents, Sarge. That's the one that they're talking about. That was in the court documents. That's why I believe that one is valid.
So explain this to me. So you're saying the video was released, there was a link that people could get and listen to it? Or what was said in that video was displayed or was talked about?
It was just the thud, the background noise, and the dog barking. That's all it was. There was just an audio clip.
So it's consistent with what we talked about all day today.
Okay. That's why I was
and that video there may not have anything to do with anything other than some creator put it out.
Yeah, the other stuff. That's exactly what it was. There was a
Yeah,
couple
yeah,
put
yeah.
out in the very
Okay,
beginning that were debunked. Yeah.
so there's no need for the video to hear a thud and a dog bark, and that only confirms the timeline that they've already given us,
Yeah.
and supports the points we made on the stream today about when the crime started.
Right, right. Gianna, thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate that so very much. Absolutely. You have no idea. We don't ever expect it, guys, but when we get it, we really appreciate it. It helps us keep going. Looking for your email, Esther. As soon as it pops in, I'll pull it up. But yeah,
That's all crazy, Jake. That's crazy.
but that's the point, guys. I just wanted to show that was what you can hear in it. It's all in unison. It happened. It's in the court documents. That's all there is to it. So they obviously know that it's real. There's probably more to it. They just cut it and they only gave us what we wanted or what they wanted to. So who knows?
And the idea of 4 a.m. comes from an about time Dylan mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
And then because of that about time, the police went in and tried to put somebody at that home, and they picked up on a car or cars, and they then tried to daisy chain that to the one they witnessed at WSU that we now know could not be Brian.
Right. Right.
Right?
Yes, sir.
But the first official evidence of crime not spoken or written about by a human being is the dog barking and being recorded, the thump and the whimper. Those are unquestionable facts because they're part of both the defense and the prosecution's statements towards what that video held.
Yeah. Esther, I got your email, hon, but you forgot to attach the audio to it, dear. Just go back and resend it and attach that clip, the audio clip to it, if that's what you were doing.
That drip drop guy. He's got helicopters, parachutes landing on a deck.
Oh, the parachutes, yeah. Gotta love the
doors
parachutes.
and tunnels and
he
got it all, man.
Tunnels and funnels and parachutes. Oh my. Yeah, that other audio was debunked a long time ago. Very true. Ian Harsh, I think, even did one too at some point. In the beginning, which is ridiculous, but
yeah, when I first came around in true crime, there were a lot of theories that seemed to make. I didn't find. I never liked Drip Drop in his analogy, his stories. I right from the beginning, I couldn't stand that guy. And he's got a good channel. He should stick to the interviews. I think the interviews that he does with interrogations, I think those are cool.
Yeah, his interrogations are great. That's how he started. He did great with them. He's probably the best channel out there.
But now he's an investigator. People are online with their cell phone investigating crimes. What's the world come to?
Sound makeup on. Yes. Sarge, can you run this without tearing the walls down? I got to run to the little boy's room. I'll be right back.
Yeah. It's not a fireplace. That is actually a television screen with flames being projected. EW.B. I cussed on. So Dylan not hear anyone scream or cry for help, then Pat Zana later dead on the ground. If you should listen to this from the beginning if you haven't, Carolyn. The questions that should have been asked similar to that were never asked, as far as we can tell, by the investigators. Right? Drip Drop was okay, but he developed a bit of an ego. Well, so I just like I said, all of these connections being made to all these ancillary characters, and there's just no way to. That video that was just played isn't confirmed or presented by the state, then then I don't want to even consider it. Yeah, I wonder if they're going to throw people. They're going to throw each other under the bus like a bunch of disgruntled bus riders. Can you do a poll, please? Tara wants to do a poll.
I will do a poll. What do you want me to do the poll on, Tara?
Yeah. Door in the concrete when demo was happening. Wonder what that was. That was no door in the concrete.
The only tunnels that are ever under in that area are up underneath the sidewalks around campus because of the pipes. They have to have places to be able to access the pipes and stuff. That's all those are. Thank you, SRB.
There wasn't a door in the concrete.
I didn't see any of that either. What did you want me to do the poll on, Miss Tara? Anything specific, or just because you want me to do a poll? Because I can pick different things.
I'd like for you to do a poll too.
No.
I mean,
cards?
Here's what I want to ask. If you've been in the stream from the beginning, right?
Yep.
Our reference to 4:17 a.m. is the beginning of the crime. Does that sound? Do you follow that narrative, or do you think the crime started some other time?
So
however you want to ask that.
Do you believe that the murders started at 4:17 a.m.?
Right, as we presented in this stream with facts that we're interpreting. Let me be clear: the dog barking, the video evidence of recording, and then Bethany's immediate text to Dylan at 4:19. Do you think that folks is a strong suggestion the crime started at that time and was ongoing as these girls texted, right?
All right, and then I'll do Tara's too. I saw hers come up now, and we got yes, no, and unsure. And then
there you go. Look at that.
There you go, SRB. You get 2 polls at once.
We are multifaceted over here.
Sure thing. And Tara says,
"Oh, where is it? It's on YouTube."
Yeah. Tara said, "Do you believe Ryan?" Okay, that's a good one. It's not bad. I'll do that one next.
Look at it. It's jumping all over the place. 64, 33, 56, 40, 60. It's all over the place. It's awesome.
So you got 3 options on it. Yes, no, or maybe so, folks.
I want to see poll. It ain't letting me see it no more because oh, there it is.
Now there could have listened as far as what Amanda was saying. There could have been a crawl space under the house for the pipes and the gas lines and stuff like that to get to. That could have been a possibility. Amanda, I'm not saying that wasn't, but first off, I don't believe that house had a full basement at all, and I believe that every place has to have a place to get to the pipes and the gas lines and all the electrical stuff. You know what I mean? That kind of stuff. So that could have been something like that. I don't know that it was a concrete door going underneath the ground, though.
And the done one, can we look at the timeline for force? Could the 2-hour dark period? There wasn't a 2-hour dark period. The done one. That dark period hasn't been fully supplied, but we know at 6:30 Dylan was still active on her phone. They claim that they went to bed at 4:30, but there's also proof that she was doing something at 5 o'clock, from 5 to 6:30 on her phone. So there is no so-called dark period at all on Dylan's phone. That's for sure.
I think they're just talking about that 2.5 hours you pointed out at one point. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's been somewhat filled in. So it's close, 39-44 with 17 unsure. But that's still pretty good.
There it is. Sorry, I just now found it. Sorry about that, Dunn. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Sat quietly in the bedroom because people were still in the house and were scared. I mean, nothing's been completed with that, so I agree with that part. And then Texas said something down here. Where'd you go?
We're tied 42% each.
So the car circling like a buzzard, then the car speeding away has nothing to. I don't know that it. I don't know if it does or it doesn't. Texas. It could have been somebody being dropped off. Could have been somebody being picked up. Could have been somebody. I always thought that could have been a DoorDash driver trying to find that house, maybe, because when you put that house in GPS, it takes you onto the Queen Road. It doesn't take you to that house. So I thought that was a possibility. Could have been another type of delivery driver driving in circles looking for somewhere else. That's what my thought was on it, because I just never believed that the people that committed the crime would bring a car there. It just didn't make sense to me. These are all my opinions, of course, you guys, and I respect anybody else's as well. It could be, it could not be, it could be either way. That's never been that important to me. It's who committed the crime is what the important thing is to me.
Right. And it's actually what's important to me isn't even who committed it.
It's
the information that supports whoever the alleged accused is, whether it be Brian or somebody else, right?
Making sure they have the right person, right? That's the important thing as far as I'm concerned.
And actually the idea that the timeline and for those of you that have come in recently, what we assembled earlier was a timeline that showed that from 4:17 a.m. when the dog starts barking continuously for as much as a half hour, according to Ann, and it's been confirmed in documentation. And also at 4:17, there's a recording, an audio recording from a camera 50 feet away that picks up a thump and a whimper. And then Bethany at 4:19, roughly a minute and a half later, sends a message to Bethany, what the F or what's going on. And what we've presented in this stream is the most solid series of events that denote the time the crime began. The murders didn't start until 4:17 or 4:18 or 16. And those three pieces of information are so closely stacked and they're undeniable.
It makes sense.
That in fact the crime actually started, and that when you read the text messages between Dylan and Bethany, read them in the present tense. In other words, the crime was in progress while they were communicating, and their fear and their concerns were justified because it was ongoing. And it wasn't until 4:24 or later that I think it was 4:25 to 4:26 or something where Dylan made her way down to Bethany's room.
You too contest that, absolutely. Yes, sir.
So that's the summation of what we established. Go ahead.
What we're saying though with that is that's when the violent physicality part of this crime happened. The 4:17 is what that leads to. I'm not saying that, and I told you guys there's a build up to this. It didn't happen for no reason. I believe that there very well could have been whatever you want to call it, a shakedown, a disagreement, an argument, a fight, and what do you call that? When you get in somebody's face, what the hell am I trying to think of? I can't think to save my life right now. A confrontation that went down before this, and it led to the murders happening. Okay, that's again my
right there. There could have been people in the house or a person in the house, and then but based on what we know to be true, there is no outside confirmation of a crime until 4:17 a.m. and then it becomes unquestionable. Yes. Something is happening, and it has to be serious to send the dog into a frenzy, and for a camera to record a whimper, a thud, and Bethany all the way in the basement is now sending a message to Dylan, making first contact. What's going on, or what the fuck, right?
Yeah. And again, like WB said, something that escalated to the crime itself. Agreed. Right. That's how I feel this went down.
So if you want to think 3 o'clock or 2 o'clock or even 4:10, there's nothing in the timeline that denotes that much activity that's obvious and confirmable to equal 4:17 a.m. Nothing. Other than statements made by Dylan and then interpreted by the police or videos of a car moving around.
Yep.
None of that is actual evidence of a crime in progress or a crime took place until you get to 4:17 a.m. And then when you read their text messages, take them in the context of a crime in progress, and they're communicating what the fuck's going on, and their fear, and then their actions there forward. Give me the idea that that's an establishment of the time the crime began. And just so you know, folks, Ann Taylor herself has made this connection, and she stated this in court, that it wasn't until 4:17 that the dog started to bark, and he continued for as much as 30 minutes after that. So that tells me that something from 4:17 forward continued to disturb the dog, right? And I'm saying as the poll, we're down in the poll again, but I think it's pretty mutual. Some people are unsure. Others are 45% say no. Do the 45% that say no have any data, any facts from any of the documents or anything that's verifiable that can establish the crime started either earlier in the night or between 4 and 4:20 a.m. as the police allege? So the 45% that say no, what information are you relying on to be absolutely no that all that activity at 4:17 a.m. isn't your first notification of a crime happening in that house? Yeah.
Yeah, and Cat Lady, we were believed that Jack Showalter said the girls on their walk to the food truck that somebody was going to get those girls. That he knows who could have done this, and I can agree that that's possible because again, the way that was put out to us is that a lot of people knew about it possibly happening, and then when it happened, they knew that it did happen, and everybody got quiet about it. So yeah, that's a possibility too.
Yeah, and it's interesting because this is the reason I wanted to do that poll, Dago, wasn't a matter of seeing how many people went. When it was really to see how many people are still no because they believe something.
Right.
Right. And I'm not trying to pick on anybody, but there's a
right
statement.
now, right
1:30 to 3:30 a.m. They're putting in there, and there's nothing from that time that's available to us to say that that's true. There's nothing. However, at 4:17, it's unquestionable there's a crime going on in that house. And that's why we put this stream out there to show people that whether you believe it or think it or feel it, nothing prior to 4:17 can offer you as much evidence as 4:17 that there is something happening right now. And immediately the girls start on their phones right then.
Right.
There's nothing else in the timeline that's that strong.
And like I said, you guys, don't get me wrong. This disagreement, confrontation, shakedown, fight, argument could have been going on before that. But the actual violent part of the crime is what we're talking about happening and starting at 4:17 possibly. So all of that. And 45% said no, 37 said yes, 17 said not sure. But that I didn't let it roll very long. So I don't think everybody
Tomboy, we don't know that everything from those times have disappeared. But what we do know is that that dog can't lie. And for the dog to go nuts and for the defense to focus on the fact that the dog went nuts, which coincidentally connects to a camera, which coincidentally connects to Bethany and Dylan's behavior, can't be a coincidence and it can't be hidden. As a matter of fact, it's documentation. It's not a human being making a testifying. It's not a surviving family member making a statement. It's not somebody's opinion. It's irrefutable that those three issues all coalesced within less than a 2-minute time. The dog, the thud, the whimper, and the text messages. All right there began, and that's when all the text messages between Dylan and Bethany started. And there may be other people. We're not concluding who committed the crime. We're not even trying to do it. Just trying to establish a solid footing for the most likely proof that you can show the crime started. And you're right, Scott. The dog cannot lie.
True. The second poll is up. Is Brian Koberger connected to law enforcement? There you go, Tara. Moonbreaker, welcome. Good to see you.
I didn't know. My understanding is no. There's nothing to suggest that in any kind of factual matter.
I don't believe so too either. But she wanted to poll, so we got to poll.
Yeah. Well, see, but believing in something is not evidence of something, right? I mean, I believe Christ walked on water, but nobody can prove that to me.
Right.
And it's okay to believe, and when we're talking religion or spirituality, but when you're trying to understand a situation that provides you a big amount of verifiable facts, from those facts, can you make the argument this crime took place at 1:00 in the morning? And the answer to that question is a result, no.
And that's what a lot of problems are with this case, is that some things have been put out there that aren't factual information based, and they're turned into facts and down the road, and then we have to go back and try to figure out where it started.
They're never made into a fact. They're siphoned into people they believe them. Right? So it's not a fact. Someone said
that's what I mean. That's what I mean.
Right. That they think the dog was removed from the house and brought back. No one's saying that didn't happen, but there's no fact to support that. And that's where this stuff gets off the rails. Why all these streamers, the Pops and all these other guys out there telling you all these stories and making all these accusations and conclusions, they're not basing them on the fact.
Right. If you guys sent me an email, I didn't receive it yet, other than the one that I got, the first one I got. You might want to try to send through again. Did you know that the prosecution entered 2 DoorDash records into the documents?
We have not heard the dog bark from 417 for approximately 30 more minutes consistently, which Ann Taylor has stated in court. We have never heard that video. We really don't know what Murphy sounds like. And so until we do, to determine whether the dog was Murphy barking or not Murphy barking is almost I don't want to use the word, I don't know, fool's errand. I mean, we
Hang
just
on,
don't know.
I got to redo this poll, guys. Keep going.
Right. And that's the thing about trying to make an understanding based on the facts that are in front of us over what could have, would have, should have, maybe did happen. We can't verify the dog was removed from the home. We just can't know that. People can say it all they want. That doesn't make it part of the truth. And it doesn't make it a lie. Let me be very clear. It's not to say that didn't happen. But to use that as your basis to form an opinion when you can clearly see that there's no evidence to support that is how they get us to believe in stuff.
Right. Go ahead and try that one again, guys. I redid it, so the first one won't count. There was something wrong with it. Try it again, Debbie. The first one said 41% no, 30 yes, and unsure 27. Some people were having problems, so I redid it. Just redo it, guys. No big deal.
Yeah, connect to law enforcement. I see no evidence of that. But it doesn't mean he wasn't. And that's where we get in trouble when we start filling in data that isn't there to verify. Murphy was taken from, and I'm not picking on the streamer. I didn't even mention the name. Whoever said that or whoever thinks these things, there's no evidence to support Murphy was removed from the home. And so to incorporate that in your analysis of understanding, it's unverifiable data. I mean, you can make any kind of story, and that's what a lot of these streamers are doing. That's what the news media does to us every freaking day. They add information that's not verifiable to get you to view something in a certain way. Yeah, I don't know. Your poll doesn't seem to be. I see it working. And you got 53-21. No,
some other people are not having problems with it, but
yeah.
Let me see something here. Did you put something in there, Tomboy? Hold on. Sorry, guys.
I saw Murphy in a truck.
There was a picture of that, but I think that was a picture from before. I don't think it had anything to do with that day. I mean, I think there were pictures put out from all sorts of different times. Tomboy, I don't see anything from you if you put something in the Discord for me, dear.
I think interpreting the facts incorrectly is an honest mistake. But I think when you try to interpret a fact and add your own opinion, it's a fool's errand. And you run off into rabbit holes that are just completely, never ending. And you see that on a lot of these streams. I don't know how many people Pav is accused, but I think that's, it goes across a wide spectrum. And I think that applies to a lot of streamers that have concluded the Grub guy did it, the Banfield did it, the drug dealers did it, the sex traffickers did it, this guy. And when you start, Bill, taking these facts and twisting them into that narrative, you end up with the same PCA that they arrested Brian with, right? Bullshit.
Where do you see that there's two DoorDash things put in, Tara? Where did you see that at? That way I can look for it.
Well, I'll tell you why you have to trust that, Caroline, is because taking something for its face value is the only thing you really can rely on up until the time that it's changed or corrected. Okay? So you can accept that Brian drives a white Elantra and there's a white car. Now you have to find the dots that make that white car belong to Brian, and Brian was in it, exited it, and committed the murders. And that's what you're supposed to do in court. And usually through the process of discovery, they're able to usually provide that information, and they can't. So when you have a text messages that are unarguable at 4:19, Bethany texted Dylan, "What's going on?" or "What the F?" Right? That's true. Nobody can dispute that. the dog barking and the argument that it starts at 4:17 a.m. Both the prosecution and the defense have confirmed that. So you can accept that is real information. And the video that they say, and that Ann has not argued against, that at 4:17 it picked up a thud and a whimper and a dog barking. All of those pieces of information have to be true, in as much as that's the documentation, that's what they're giving us, and it isn't coming out of the mouth of a human being, which is where you find a lot of lies, right? So if there's an inaccuracy in there, fine. When the inaccuracy comes, then you have to adjust your view. But until then, I think the view is pretty solid. Twiz, there he is. No audio of the crime, and a thump and a whimper, though. And the dog barking. She's told us that there was a dog barking, Twiz, from 4:17, and it barked for up to 30 minutes or so.
It was in that document, the court document, or the state's document, or not the state, but
she also said that in open court.
Right.
When she was questioning the state's timeline.
This here is what she's talking about the DoorDash thing going in twice. I don't know why they did this, Tara. I couldn't answer that.
I haven't seen Twiz in a while. Where's he been?
Good to see you, bud. 3 keys. The DoorDash records are from Ethan, not Xana. The disclosures from April 5th of 23, and the photograph contains photos and a list of deliveries to King Road going back to 2019. Spreadsheet of communications between the one ordering the food and the one delivering it.
I'm going to repost something here.
Oh, SRB said that Twiz is talking about the Linda Lane stuff.
A dog barking isn't indicative of a crime, and Tara's 100% right. But a dog barking, a thud, a whimper, and the text messages between the two survivors beginning has a story to tell. Those all coalesce within under 2 minutes. So I'm not alleging that the dog is the only issue here that proves 4:17. It's the other 2 big pieces of information that make it more reasonable. Yeah, we don't know. Musical contestants, right? Was there a DoorDash? And if it was at 3:16, they say, again, here's another thing. It was delivered at about 4 a.m. Right? Isn't that what they said about the DoorDash? No, Tara, these things were presented in court and in state
yes, sir.
documentation after the PCA. Okay? So what? This has got nothing to do with the PCA, Tara. Nothing. These were actual documents of text messages released of times and events that took place that are part of the court proceedings.
Yeah, that had nothing to do with the PCA at all.
Nothing. Yeah.
And those documents came out way, way, way after the PCA. So, and again, there's no bearing. So,
right. And the documents have been consistent. This information is not unknown to people that have followed this.
All right. So the poll for what Tara asked, was Brian connected to law enforcement? 50% said no, 25 said yes, and 25 said unsure.
Yeah.
Pretty even. 316, Cat Lady, is when she was on the TikTok. And Amanda, I did not get your email yet, dear. If you have hopefully have the right address.
Yeah, I'm not going to engage with you, Tara. Tara, I don't know your name, but you obviously you didn't listen to the whole stream, or
that document piece came from the Hippler document too. It was stated in that. Okay,
it's not the PCA that said it. This is documented. They got a thud and a whimper on a video 50 feet from the home. This is in court documents beyond the PCA, after the PCA, and also confirmed the dog started barking at 4:17 a.m.
That did come out in the PCA, yes, but it came out way after that, and it was
and Bethany's text to Dylan started at 4:19, which is about a minute and a half after the dog is recorded bark. So none of this is PCA related, and
not at all. We haven't even referred to that, and we haven't I don't think any of us have followed the PCA in quite well over a year
No,
plus, at least
no,
now.
that PCA is a bunch of bullshit.
It is, and I
But
still don't understand
it does prove to be exculpatory, as I said in the very beginning, that in and of itself is exculpatory for Brian.
Right. Yep.
What were you digging for, Dago?
Oh, I was looking at a bunch of different things, just trying to keep up with different stuff. That's all. Don't worry about me. I'm here listening the whole time. With all other calls by police to that house with loud music, shouting, no barking anytime. So did Murphy actually bark? I mean, from what we're told, he did.
What are you reading?
And you can hear it. It was just a comment in chat. Yeah, nobody's arguing, Tara. We're just discussing things. That's all. Everybody has their views on this. I know you have separate views on certain things, Tara. You always have, and that's fine. I respect that. But we also have other views as well that, should be respected as well. Whether you agree with it, that's fine. You don't have to. But everybody's views and feelings should be respected.
I agree with London Blake. There's going to be reasonable doubt.
Of course there is. Absolutely there is. Yes.
I don't know what would seal in a document that's been released and talked about 300 billion times do any service to the case at this point, right?
Gotcha. Hold on a minute. Esther, are you attaching the sound that you're attaching this to it? It says you sent me 2 and I still don't have it. It's not attached here. And Amanda, I do not see an email from you yet. It's mayoris74@gmail.com. Hopefully that's where you're sending it. Otherwise, somebody else got an email from you. I did get your email, Fox. Pictures don't tell the full story. Very interesting video there. I really do agree. Oh, wait a minute.
I agree.
You're telling me to go through your settings. Help me. Okay. All you have to do is when you go to send me the email, just send me an email and then it'll give you the ability with like the paperclip thing to attach something. Grab that link from whatever that you're trying to send me and attach it with the paperclip thing or whatever it's called on yours to the email and then send it off that way, Esther. That's how it will work. Sorry, I just saw that. My apologies. Welcome, Ruth. Good to see you.
Well, Dago, it's been fun.
Sure. Always is, sir. Always is. And thank you for waking me up bright and early today with
that going. That fire under his ass.
Wheels turning quick on that one, but
look at it. Now his hair's on fire. Look behind him. He looks like a heat miser from that cartoon.
Yes.
Remember that?
Yeah. Yeah. Misty Jane said the dog barked for 30 minutes starting at 4:17. See? I mean, this is again, folks, listen to me. It's not that serious. Okay. If you do not agree with it, if you don't believe it, if you don't feel like you want to, you can. It's whatever. That's okay.
Right.
Neither one of us, Matt. It doesn't matter. Okay.
Right.
It's a theory that we believe could be very, very plausible. It does make a lot of sense based on the things we've looked at, and it's all based on factual information. A lot of these other theories that are out here are based on ridiculous bullshit. Okay.
Well, it's a fact, but qualify. It's a fact based on the available documentation. That does not mean that the cops didn't lie. That does not mean that the dog didn't start barking at 4 o'clock. All it means is the only factual data that we have shows clear activity in the home beginning at 4:17. That doesn't mean it couldn't have happened before or later, but there's nothing at all that's been released anywhere that is as solid as that is making a suggestion the crime started at 4:17. I wish Jesse was here to have heard this. What up, Jess? It started at 4:17 because you have a series of events that all coalesce right at that time, and they all come together, and they all are understanding and make the statement there's something going on, and it prompts the roommates to engage. It gets the dog to go crazy. The camera picks up noises. So, to make the conclusion that in fact most likely is the time the crime started is a sensible conclusion. Doesn't mean it's right. Doesn't mean it's right. But it's a reasonable conclusion to make because those facts all come together in under 2 minutes.
Agreed.
The 2 a.m., the 3 a.m., the 3:15, all those other times have no power compared to the collation of events at 4:17.
Agreed.
If somewhere in this process that 4:17, the video is debunked or the dog wasn't barking and Ann lied, then this obviously is also debunked, right? But until that happens, that's a great assemblage of facts that appears to tell a story of what potentially happened in that home that night.
Leslie says, I asked both of you what happens when we find out Brian wasn't with his phone. I don't know where that comes from. I think you've been on that for a while, Leslie. There's no proof, nothing that points to the fact that he didn't have his phone. If that makes it more believable for you to understand that he wasn't in that area, I understand that and I respect it, but that makes it, to me, it makes no sense.
I agree. Bring Jesse in here.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, and see, here's the thing: is you're taking information, Leslie and Billy. There is no information that says Brian wasn't with his phone. None. I can say that, like, man,
there's a link.
You can add any opinion to it at all to support a conclusion, and that's what we're trying not to do.
Well, here's the thing, though, Sergeant. I'm not saying this is what Leslie's thing is, but I've seen a lot of other people that have put these things out there because it makes the narrative that they're following believable. Like, it would make Brian guilty if you put these certain other things in. Again, I'm not saying that's what Leslie's doing, but I've seen quite a few other people do this. If he wasn't with his phone, then that proves that he could have been there. Okay.
Right.
But see, that's not anything that we've been given. So I can't go with that at all. There's no proof. They said he had his phone and he turned it off. That's what they're saying.
But they lied about that.
Give me a minute, sir. I was getting there. Anyway, the fact is that he bounced off of a completely different tower. That's why it doesn't show up on those other towers. He just wasn't there. That's all there was. Twiz is here. He'll tell you where he was. Say it, Twiz. He was in Lewiston. Just say it. Anyway.
So
it is what it is. So it just, if that were the case, Leslie, then I would say, wow, okay, that makes some sense. It's not going to be, though. That's what I'm trying to say. I have no problem saying, yep, I can be wrong. Yep, I understand. And yep, that makes more sense. I have no problems with that. I want truth on this. I don't care if Brian did it. Okay. I don't. I want to know the truth about why all of this happened the way it did. That's what my biggest thing is. And I want there to be real justice for the victims, period. That's it.
And it's true that the state has twisted stuff, but here's the thing. Just because we know they twisted stuff doesn't mean when they give you a recorded document of text messages that begin at 4:19, when the defense attorney, the prosecution, the state itself is providing evidence that a dog began barking at 4:17 and that a camera picked up the audio of a thud and a whimper. Those are pieces of information that have coalesced to become a part of this case.
Right.
What we've all done is we all have disagreed of the timeline. We all disagree with the state's description of 4 a.m. to 4:20. I get that. But this is the only series of events that are so closely connected that show something is fucked up in that house. Completely fucked up in that house to the point that the roommates or the surviving victims are responding to it. Right. There's nothing else. When you say it happened at 2 or it happened at 3 or the grub truck or this, there's no evidence anywhere to support any of those arguments. You're adding data that isn't there. And this is what we're trying to show folks, is that when you just take what's there, there's a story that's being told. Are they lying? We don't know.
Jesse, Sarge said, come in here for a minute with us if you wouldn't mind. There's a link pinned in chat. And Ranger, I don't see how that DNA would put him in the house. That doesn't make any sense to me.
No, it doesn't. He's not under. He doesn't. And again, even if the DNA puts him at the house, Ranger, when was he in the house? When did the sheath become a part of that home? On the 10th, the 11th, 12th? When did it become a part of that home? Last month? We see that's the problem with transfer DNA on a movable item. Your gun, folks. Yeah, see, Texas is just another one of those guys. He's got all the answers because they told him how to think. And there's no sense trying to debunk a guy like that because no matter what you say, he's never going to take facts and put them into a grouping to try to make sense of them.
I just don't see why people are so dead set on believing that. That makes no sense to me.
All right.
Just because law enforcement says that it's true? Is that why?
Look, I'm only accepting the facts because there's nothing else available to contradict the video, the whimper, the thud, the dog barking, and the text messages. Those are all verifiably true because they're not being stated by the cop isn't manipulating the time. He didn't manipulate Bethany's text at 4:19. He couldn't do that. Right? He couldn't manipulate the images and the noises recorded on a video because they're time-stamped. Could he? Maybe. But that doesn't explain the dog that was then barking at 4:17 and picked up. How did he get the dog to bark at that time? Did he manipulate that too? See, that's just going way too far. Until somebody can prove that somebody manipulated this data, you have to accept it at face value. Right?
Hey, Jeff, is it that you'll never accept any of our theories? Or is it that we need to work on our ability to convince you? Or you have to work on your
Jeff, it's that guys like you in Texas are just a bunch of fucking losers, bro. You don't know how to think and you want all of this attention. And it's just that's why I blocked you. Really, you guys are like a waste of breathable air.
It doesn't make any sense to me to decide that, well, if it's not the DNA on the sheath, then it's the car speeding off. That mean neither one of those things mean anything.
Are proof of a crime. I mean, the guy in that car could be a young woman.
Nothing about that. Young woman. Brian Koberger went in that house and killed people. Period. Neither one of those things. Sorry. Nor
does my firearm at a crime scene where someone was shot and killed. My firearm in a home where a death by that firearm occurred is not proof I shot a fucking person. It's circumstantial evidence, folks. DNA at a crime scene is not evidence that you committed the crime.
Jeff, okay.
I don't understand how hard that is to understand.
I'm always very polite with this, okay? But let me ask you something, sir. I know you're not dumb by any means, okay? Even though sometimes the things you say present that way. I know you're not dumb. Just because there's a car driving in a higher rate of speed in a direction doesn't mean that person killed somebody that's in that car. We don't even know who's in the car. And leaving at 4:20 doesn't mean anything. Once again, somebody could be DoorDashing. Somebody could be delivering Domino's fucking pizza. It doesn't mean that person was in that house and did some damage to somebody. And that's always the same statement you go back to. It makes no sense to me.
It isn't sensible. It's not logical. Like the gun that has my fingerprints on it is not evidence I committed a crime.
There's nothing that points to this man going in that house.
Man.
Nothing.
I know that to be true on fingerprints because I was arrested for a crime that they collected my fingerprints on, and the case was dropped. They wouldn't indict me because there was an explanation for my fingerprints to be where they found them, a reasonable explanation. I was the fucking maintenance man painting. No, Texas, I don't want anything to do with you. You'll be blocked from my stream if I catch you in there, just like Jeff H's. It's got nothing to do with.
I don't let that stuff bother me, but it does get to be
aggravating. No, I can't take people like that.
Don't let it bother you. Don't let it bother you.
They don't want to. They don't have the capacity to question common sense issues that are right in front of their own nose. And that's fine. There's a lot of people. That's why this country's been in so much trouble the last.
There's a statement right there that David made, Jeff. Since you state the statements that you make all the time, I try to be as polite as I can with you, even no matter how aggravating it can be, because that's who I am. At some point, though, you got to see things for what they are, okay? David just said the position taken by the pro-presumption crowd, which was pro-truth, that's us, is intellectually superior given the known evidence. It's based on factual evidence. That's what you have to look at, is the factual information. Facts. Evidence.
A video of a car moving around.
Because the guy's driving in circles for 3 hours fast. That means somebody's a killer? Are you fucking kidding me?
Man, poor Dago. You're turning into me, Dago. Chill.
Oh, God.
No, and that's the thing. No, that DNA on the sheath is only as solid as you want to believe it to be. Why do you think all these stories about the car? Why do you think all these stories about, oh, he bought one? Why do you think all these stories are being conjured up? Is because DNA itself is not indicative of your presence during the time of the crime. You have to establish a basis to support the argument. The only way that DNA could have ended up there was during the commission of the crime. You need a supporting factual-based set of evidence. Therefore, they come up with these stories that in this stream we showed the police have already lied to the public, blatantly lied to the public, and made the public believe that Dylan and Bethany went to bed from 4:37 a.m., and it makes it look like they didn't wake up until 10:23 a.m. That's a blatant lie. And this, when you're seeing your law enforcement do this, you have to question them. This isn't about Brian being innocent or Brian being guilty. Even if this kid's guilty, there's a high probability that he'll get the case. He'll walk away, and the killer is then set free because your law enforcement tried to create a story out of nothing. That's horrible. That's the worst possible thing that could happen here. And that's what it is we're discussing, not whether Brian did it or didn't do it. Show me solid evidence that DNA was placed during the time of that crime. And what about the blood that was found on the sheath? There was blood on the knife sheath that they never, ever identified. There was blood on a railing. There was blood on a glove. There was a footprint in a hallway. There was a glove that they never, ever swabbed the inside of it. Why wouldn't you stick your swab and check the fingers and the palm and pick up transfer DNA and go test it? No, they didn't do any of that. And that doesn't make you question the story that they're telling you. It doesn't seem to make sense when you have all these other pieces of fact that the police did not chase to a conclusion. To the exclusion of all else, they focused on Brian in a white car. That's just terrible.
First of all, it's Wednesday, and second of all, are you triggered? I'm not. I'm just tired of stupidity.
I don't go by those words. It's not triggered. Look at
and push people and push people and push people and just repeat the same thing again and again and again. Yeah, when there's actually been things to prove that it's wrong.
And I'm never triggered. I'm in complete disgust at your lack of mental capacity. Complete disgust is what you're hearing. I'm not angry. I'm not triggered. It's how I deal with people that have absolutely no mental capacity to be reasonable or use common sense.
You don't even have no room in my life another side to it. That's the thing. You don't even want to recognize the things that are put in front of you and acknowledge them, which in turn we've done that.
But they're taking over the stream. Let's just ignore them too, crackpots.
Anyway, Jesse, are you able to join us or no?
There you go. He's got that third world internet connection. Is what he's got. That's what he's hiding behind now.
Cambodia.
He's just hiding behind third world. I got third world tech support on my website, and it works fine.
Oh, he's trying to join. He said, "Okay, well, whenever you jump back here, buddy, I'll bring you up here. No worries." And my apologies for raising my voice. I am beyond frustrated when you repeat the same thing again and again and again and again, and people have repeatedly showed you that it doesn't either make sense or it's either wrong. It's completely wrong, and you continue to go forward with the same statement. What does anybody know the definition? I know you do, Sarge. You can tell me the definition of insane.
Yeah, doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result.
Thank you.
And when you won't question the narrative given, that doesn't mean you're arguing guilt or innocent of the accused. You simply want to see that your law enforcement and your justice system is following the rules that they were given to follow. That they're presenting a case against a fellow citizen that's reasonable, that makes sense, that you don't have to jump through hoops that are lit on fire like some kind of circus. And you're right. I agree with DKM. The whole case has been handled badly. And when you listen to the testimony of Brett Payne, you know these people got this wrong. Who really did this crime? And if Brian is involved, they have to prove that he killed all four of these young individuals all by himself, regardless of the 8 other potential DNA samples that were found. All by himself, he did all of the killings. The other DNA in the blood and the stuff none of that matters. And to the exclusion of everything, they focused on Brian. Could Brian have been the driver? Could Brian have been the cleaner guy? Sure. But that's not what they're accusing this man of. They're accusing him of committing the murders by himself with a knife that they do not have. And they're making the assumption off of a sheath that they found in the house.
No, Jeff, we don't. We don't. You're wrong. And I know what you're trying to do. You do this all the time, okay?
It's not a difference of an opinion.
Not at all. It's not at all what it is. It's the fact that every time we have these conversations, you come in here with the same 3 statements. You make the same 3 statements. You push those same statements. And you know that they're going to taunt people to act a certain type of way or eventually slip out, okay? Which is what I did slightly. And that's my ignorance for allowing it to get to me at some point, okay? You have listened.
I got bigger issues in life.
Right back to the same 3 damn statements that have been debunked or are just stupid. They're just stupid. And it shows that there's a lack of ability to
one. He's a gaslighter. Somebody said it. He likes to gaslight the stream.
It is. It's gaslighting at its best. But whatever. And I don't let it get to me normally. I've always been respectful, but
it's not getting to me. It's my disgust that it even shows up on a screen.
That's what I mean. Yeah. There he is. Uh-oh. Jesse's in
Gentlemen.
the room there. No background. None of that.
Here come the judge. Look, he's got the prison door right behind him.
I wasn't going to come on. It's like 2 a.m. here. I've been out at nightclubs and stuff. I was just at a nightclub where I had so many women massaging my shoulders and like taking care that I had to tell them like, no, that's enough. Come on, Anyways.
That's why he's sitting behind a closed, locked, and bolted door with an alarm pad on the side to get him in and out. They locked him down so the other
and I'm alone. I didn't bring it. My wife can be watching this. I didn't bring any home, but
good for you. Lucky you.
I didn't know they had. I didn't know they had nightclubs in Cambodia. That's kind of a wild.
I'm smarter than I look, maybe, but I didn't want to come on. It's late. I've had a few, but I heard the conversation. Then I heard Jeff H comes in, and you got these other guilters coming in, and it's like, well, I had to come on because just the other day, Jeff H was streaming on his channel, and I jumped in the chat on Jeff H's channel. And you guys got to remember, we had this conversation with Jeff about you're lucky that we even let you come in and hang out with us because we're not allowed to hang out with guilters, right? Like guilters won't even entertain us.
Right.
And so I wrote in the chat, I just said, hey, what are the guilters up to today? And I guess I didn't know that it wasn't just Jeff H streaming this thing. There was other guys and they attacked me. They attacked me brutally and they discredited me and they didn't want to listen to anything I said. I mean, it was brutal just because I had said, you guys are guilters. And Jeff H, so I will give Jeff some credit. He stuck up for me a little bit and he said, me and this guy, we go back and forth and he understands that, I'm a guilter and he's a pro-burger and that's not grounds for freaking out, let's say.
Did you catch the connection we were making in the stream with the time and the events that took place within 2 minutes?
The change in the timeline, Jesse.
And making the point that is, if not the time the crime started, the only place that you can confirm that a crime was in progress. And that the phone conversations between Dylan and Bethany, when you look at it from the perspective of a crime, something was happening. Their conversation is based on present circumstances, not what happened an hour before, but what was happening right now. And you read those text messages with that point of view, they speak a completely different story about what we see here.
Hang on one second.
Let's get to that.
Real quick, guys, let me answer this question real quick. Leslie, I have allowed Jeff to state his opinion for 2.5 years, day after day after day after day from the beginning of the case. It's never changed. I don't have problems with him stating it. It's the fact that he will not, the things he says have no stability. They make no sense. And they don't relate to the fact that what he talks about proves that anybody killed anybody.
He's a troll. So is the other guy. They're just
that's all it is, Leslie. But
why is Jesse a liar? I mean, I've never come on here and called anybody a liar.
Why is Jesse a liar? About what happened at 12 gauge. That's what she's talking about.
So what do you think about the 417, Jesse? At that particular point in time, we got a video that picks up a whimper and a thud. We got the dog beginning to go crazy. And then at 419, about a minute and a half later, Bethany texts Dylan, what the fuck? Or what's going on? All of that happens within that minuscule time frame. So my understanding of that would suggest That's when the crime started. And their conversation through that text that they shared with us is taking place while something's going on in the house. I'm scared. I'm screwed right now. Come to my room, run. All of that is in the context of a present admission of a crime happening in the home. Does that make sense to you?
It does. My only problem with that is we've been through this so many times in this case where
Not these circumstances, but yeah, go ahead.
The information we're getting from the sources we're getting them from, where, I mean, like everything you just said makes plenty of sense, but it only makes sense if the source providing that information is accurate.
Okay,
and
so
the source just hasn't been accurate the entire time. Right?
The source has been Ann Taylor on this, and the state, and Hitler. So when you look at these things that have been put together in that narrow time frame, those are verifiable facts that even Ann brought up. She argued when she was talking about the time frame. She said,
I thought that she was didn't she at one point suggest that they had the time wrong?
All right.
Like
yes.
And
that's when she said the dog started barking at
4:17
and didn't stop for almost 30 minutes.
No worries. All good.
Okay, Ann confirms that. They got it on tape.
And you can go back to other channels and talk shit about me like you
the
do.
thud and the whimper was in documentation and confirmed. And the text messages are undeniable. The first text message begins at 4:19, Bethany to Dylan. So on its face, you really can't argue that this is manipulated or false data. Most of it's electronically collected, if not all of it. So it's, in other words, it's almost an unarguable source of honest information because it was collected through electronic means. Fair enough?
I seen what you made up to You're a Farce. Okay, so I guess they've got their guys coming in here to dispute my recollection of what happened at 12. You know, it seems like there's people coming in to dispute what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is and I want to. I'm sorry, Sarge. I'm sorry to take us off track. I'm just, the chat's going mental, and yeah, I'm ready to debate any guilters on any open forum, and I'm a polite guy. You know, normally I don't swear, I don't insult, and I'm perfectly willing to debate anybody on their point of view. But you know, the guilters get all bent out of shape when you have a different opinion than they do, and that seemed to be what happened on 12 Gauges.
It's worse because you support your opinion with data that's been given us. As to its veracity, at this point, you could suggest or you could point to places where it's not accurate, no doubt about it. But some of the information is unarguable even by the defense. They acquiesce to that. They talk about this. Ann argues about the timeline, and she points out immediately that it wasn't until 4:17 a.m. that dog began barking. It didn't stop for almost a half an hour. So my point is, if we accept the data as I presented it, it does tell the story. And the actions of the survivors consistently add to that story that the crime began at that time, as Ann is going to allege. You watch. And as Ann has already alleged, it began at 4:17, not 4 o'clock. And that makes perfect sense. Now, if information comes out,
which means Brian was already gone, or they're
or 3 minutes later, the 3 minutes later, the car
was already gone, basically.
But not only already gone, or gone within a minute and a half or 2 minutes of when the crime started. And why did the dog bark for? See, this is almost so hard to unreason. Why would the dog continue to act that way if there wasn't something for him to act that way? Do you understand? The dog's initial pickup of his behavior, the thump, the whimper, and the text messages all coalesce around that time. What other part of this story that streamers and these guilters and innocent people, what other solid piece of data makes that much of a connection? And there really isn't any.
The suspect vehicle run stuff for me has always been like, what are you showing me? You're showing me a white flash on a security camera. It's like, oh, this white flash, that's him. Did you see it? He did it. And it's like, well, that's a white flash going by a security camera. That's not a particular person or a particular car or even a particular make and model of a car, because we couldn't even get that straight. It's there was a vehicle going by at that time. What vehicle was it? We don't know. Who was behind the wheel? We don't know.
Jesse, this has got nothing to do with that where you can put an interpretation on it. In other words, if you take those three scenarios as isolated incidences that all occurred as they've stated, as they produced that to us, what other conclusion can you make from that? So they killed all those people and the dog didn't do anything until 4:17, and Bethany texted at 4:19 because this stuff happened a half hour, an hour ago, 2 days. In other words, none of it would make sense in any other context other than that stuff coalesced together because something was happening right then. I got to run. I'll be back.
That's Jeff H on the phone. He's calling to complain about being banned again. But yeah, what actually happened regarding Jeff H? I mean, Jeff H actually did. I will give him credit. He stood up for me. He said, "Listen, when Jesse said guilters, he didn't mean anything by it. I mean, of course, I didn't mean anything by it. We all know where we stand. There's guilters and there's people who aren't guilters, right? So when I said, what are the guilters up to tonight? I didn't mean anything by it. I thought that they understood which side of the fence those guys were on. I was commenting on Jeff H's stream, so I thought it was his channel. Turns out it was a dual stream with another channel that I wasn't aware of. And the guy that runs the other channel just looked at my comment immediately and said, well, I'll fucking ban you right away. I'll ban you if you talk like that. And I was just like, well, what do you mean? I just sort of just said hi. I just said hi, and you're going to ban me already. I tried to be nice. I tried to explain myself and explain that I have a history with Jeff H. And
Jeff H and unreasonable cannot coexist.
And Jeff H actually did speak to the man and say, we do have a history, and he is within his right to say guilters because that's the language that we've used in our previous conversations.
Well, just as much as they call us pro burgers, I mean, what's the difference?
No, I mean it was.
Both sides don't have a full conclusive argument that he's guilty or innocent.
Right.
So I mean, I don't know who's calling me a liar, but I'm not a fucking liar. I'm what am I going to lie about?
Who knows? All right. Well, listen, I've got a chuck roast that I have to finish.
All right, Sarge, thank you for joining us today. I appreciate the whole thing. It's great insight, great conversation, and great ideals, truly.
All without the influence of alcohol.
Yes, and we'll do it all again soon.
2 a.m. Thanks for having me up here, Dago. You could boot me if you like.
Oh, no, I did it last time. I'll give you your chance to do it this time.
Huh, look at that. I got the benefit of the doubt.
Since I'm such a bad guy. There you go, Sarge. Have a good one, brother. Appreciate you always. And Jesse.
Well, I'm sorry that I missed Sarge because, I always like a good conversation with Sarge. Sarge is one of the smartest guys out there, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, he uses his brain when it comes to this. That's the problem. And a lot of people don't quite understand that, I guess. And that's fine. I've been, and Jesse, you've been around from the beginning on this. I've been more than polite, more than respectful, more than understanding. And I saw somebody in chat said, don't make things something they aren't. Well, I don't do that at all. The point is when you see something for what it is, and you've said this yourself, your own words, Jesse, when you see something for what it is what it is. If it's a red crayon, it's a red crayon. It's not blue. It's not green. It's not yellow, white, or orange. It's a red crayon. So you call it that. Anything else that you see out here, there's people that have made things that's fine. I get it. I don't pay no attention to that bullshit because that's what it is. This is not a joke. This case is real. This is somebody's life and 4 other lives that were taken that deserves to have justice for that. Okay. And this whole thing has turned into some ignorant game. It's bullshit. And there's people out here that want to argue just because they want to fucking argue. They have nothing better to do. And because there's other people because the police say it, it's all it is. It's God's word. Bullshit. Okay, we've seen it multiple cases. Karen Reed.
Watch the Karen Reed. I mean, honestly, you watch the Karen Reed trial. If you've watched, and I haven't watched every minute of it, I must admit, but I've watched enough.
We've all seen enough.
I've watched hours and hours. days and days in a row, hours and hours in a row to know the Karen Read trial well enough. And not only that, what I got to say is the law tubers, the YouTube community, the lawyers that are YouTubers are almost, I mean, very pro Karen Read. They're very aware of what the corruption is in the Karen Read case. And I'm a little bit disappointed in a lot of them for just being like, let's say Andrea Burkhart, for example. Let's hold her as the gold standard. I love Andrea Burkhart. I think she's just fantastic in everything she covers. She's very consistent, whether it's Richard Allen or Karen Read or the Koberger case. She's innocent until proven guilty, and she wants to see she's not going to be sold by mainstream. She's not going to be fooled by mainstream media. She's too smart for that.
Right.
But she's on an island in the Koberger case. A lot of the other mainstream people that are even friends of hers, even people that she coordinates with, even people that I've watched and I respect. And I don't know, if you guys want me to name names, or if it would be more classy to leave it out, whatever you want. I mean, in chat, you guys in chat can tell me. Do you want me to name names, or you just want me to just be classy and say no names? But I'm talking about channels that I respect and I like and I watch. But they missed the mark on the Koberger case, I think, because they just haven't been there from day one. They're seeing what they're seeing in mainstream media, and they're just like, oh, well, to be honest with you, I think, the guy's cooked. And it's just, and it's like, dude, have you even been fucking paying attention? I mean, let's face it, you're a lawyer, you're doing all this other stuff. Maybe you've got more of a life than I do. I don't know. But from what I'm seeing by paying attention, I'm not seeing what you're seeing. And I'm the kind of guy that doesn't give a fuck if you're a lawyer. I still think I'm smarter than you. And that's just, perhaps it's a character flaw.
That's fine. And another thing too, Jesse, I'm sure you've seen this, is some people are afraid to admit to certain things because it scares them. I've noticed. I've seen people make these statements that they're afraid to see, oh, that couldn't be true. That couldn't happen. That can't happen in the real world. That can't be real. Because they're afraid of the outcome or the possibility of it being a real thing that could maybe happen to them one day too. And you know what? It is real, folks. Deal with it. This is what society is now. Okay? It's not all, cling clang, Barney Rubble, or Barney, what the hell is his name? Barney Fife shit. But police are police. People make mistakes. There's corruption everywhere. Things don't always go the way that the books say it's supposed to. It happens every day. It's okay to look at it and go, okay, that's not right. And something's wrong there. And that shouldn't be happening there. It's normal now. That's why we look at these things and just see how often it's happening. And it's a lot. It's a lot. Okay. Whether you want to believe it, that's your problem. I'm sorry. But there's a man whose life is going to be taken if this is not done the right way. If he did it, then he deserves it. Okay. I agree with that wholeheartedly. Again, Jesse, you and I both agreed. Neither one of us give a shit if Brian did this or not. It's how it's
when they say pro burgers, I'm not pro Brian. I don't give. I've never said. In fact, I came on this channel the last time I was on your show. I said I think that one of the problems is that people think that Brian's a good guy if he's innocent. Like whether or not he did this or whether or not he's a good person. To me, I think you got to draw a separation from there.
Exactly.
Brian might be a fucking horrible person. He might be terrible and still be innocent. And the victims might also be, innocent victims, innocent in the way that they don't deserve to be,
Of course, yes.
But doesn't mean they're angels either. I mean, they might be into, all the people involved in this could have serious character flaws, and to think otherwise is naive, I think.
Texas, what else do you think we possibly could see at this point? Truly, that's been said from day one. There's a lot we haven't seen, and I'm not being rude to you. I'm just asking you. We've seen so much shit now that's been put out there. They brought so much more. What else could they possibly bring at this point that you think we're not going to see, that we're going to see that we haven't seen yet at this point? Because I don't think there's really that much more. And if there is, it has no relevance to anything more than what we know already. in my opinion, of course. I could be wrong, but I don't believe there is anything of any more importance that they're going to show us that's going to tell us.
Why should we even debate about what we haven't seen? I mean, to be honest with you, I mean,
that's true too.
We say that there's a lot we haven't seen about alternate perpetrators or misdoings by the state and things that the cops have done that there's a lot of things that we could have said that we haven't seen. I don't know that. I don't even know that that's a solid argument. That's I think that's a red herring, or I mean I don't know which logical fallacy I should put that in, but I don't think it's a solid argument.
One thing we have seen is all the bullshit the prosecution has presented, all the illegal, corrupted, all of that bullshit has been shown to us, and none of the guilters look at that and make a damn. They don't even flinch. You make excuses for it. Why? Why is that okay? That makes no sense to me.
Well, not only that. Let's rewind to the beginning and go from like step one, where we were at and where we're at now. Like from the moment the PCA came out, and the guilters have been saying a lot of stuff's going to come out. Well, a lot of stuff did come out. And what did we find out? We found out the roommates were fucking lying. We found out the PCA was absolutely fucking inaccurate. So yeah, I mean, the more stuff that I hope more stuff comes out, because every time stuff comes out, it seems to hurt the case more than help it, to be honest with
you. And again, I'm sorry if people don't think I'm smart or I think logically, folks. If you don't, my apologies. I feel that I do. The things that I see, they make me question other things. I look deeper than people may think I do. And when I see something that doesn't come off right to me, I'm going to question it and I'm going to look into it. And when I can't give another answer to it or make an excuse for it, that's what it is. It is what it is. It just has to be that. Okay. And I go with that. Period.
Well, Dago, you're not on Twitter. I know that because you just answered me the other day.
I am, but I stay away from it.
You answered a month late or something. But on Twitter, you know what the pro burgers say on Twitter? They say everybody's story keeps on changing, except Brian's.
Except Brian's. I just said that the other day.
Except Brian's. That's the big Twitter meme.
That's quite interesting.
Everybody's story keeps on changing, except Brian's. And I mean, the guilters can say what they want about that. They can say, "Oh, stargazing this and stargazing that," but you know what? The defense's story hasn't changed. The prosecution continues to move the goalposts, and all they want to do is block. They want to block. You you can't do this. You can't do that. They don't appear to want the truth to come out. The defense seems to be more willing to want the truth to come out.
Jesse, do you have something turned on in the background? There's a couple people said there was an echo.
Is it just since Lacey came? I mean, I've been on for a while.
No, right before JC joined us. Hey, JC.
Hi.
Is it all right now, you guys? Any echo or anything? Anyone? Or were you saying something? Oh, no. Sorry. She was talking to Echo. Go ahead. Sorry, guys. See?
Okay.
Ding, ding, ding. Anyway.
Echo is the name of a mod or something?
She's in here in the chat, and she was responding to her. There was my stupid moment for the day. Sorry about that.
Tell us what you think, JC. What's going on here?
I just can't help myself anymore. Sorry, Dago. But like
You're good.
I don't understand. I mean, I do understand that like law enforcement can manipulate stuff, but like, do you really think that the timestamps of the text messages were manipulated?
No, I don't.
I don't think you can make that stuff up, can you?
I mean, you can manipulate anything, JC, but I don't see why. What would they gain from that? You know what I mean?
I mean, if there was a question, couldn't they just go to Cy about it?
They could have went to anybody that they could go. Yeah, that's a good point right there. Agreed. I don't believe they were manipulated at all.
No,
that's all right. All of that stuff is correct. And Why is that being said now that they've manipulated the
Well,
text
I'm
message?
just saying people are saying that law enforcement can manipulate stuff. Like,
They can. Like Outcast did a video the other day, and he showed to me real quick how you can manipulate timestamps on videos. I mean, it's very, very easy to do if you have any kind of computer knowledge and you have the right
yeah.
software and stuff like that. So yeah, you can
But
manipulate stuff like that, but you have to be able to get into like on paper. Sure, you can manipulate
but
stuff.
what yeah, but like what we see is what we see, and we can conform our conclusions by what we see.
Now, one thing I will agree with, and yeah, you're right about that. There could be things missing. They can keep things, they can redact things, they can,
Mm-hmm.
keep things back from us. Yes, they do that. I'm sure they're not going to show us things they don't want us to see. But as far as changing them, I don't believe they do
But
that.
with that, as things change, you have to be open-minded to change your way of the order of things, or the way
Hmm.
things were, or the way things are. Like,
Hmm.
I don't know. I don't know what to tell the guy, I guess. But
I wouldn't worry about it. I just wouldn't worry about it. I wouldn't.
um uh, y- y- like, I don't know. I'm just baffled. I'm
It
Did I
there's
miss
a
something? Did somebody claim that the timestamps have been changed for
No,
the
no,
text
not
messages?
necessarily, but I that's just one thing that I thought of. I'm like, oh, are they going to start saying that the timestamps were manipulated or
It's probably
something?
already out there somewhere, JC. I'll be honest with you. After what we've seen, Jesse, I know you've seen the insanity too. I've seen you make posts that the guilters are driving you insane, blah 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 blah. I mean, it's there, okay. But I
I
I
just
kind of I kind of try to read through the lines and see what the truth is, which in between there somewhere, in my opinion. And I just decide based on that. Okay, there's just too much stupidity with this case anymore. There's too much bullshit with this case. There has been from the beginning, and it's just non. There's so much common sense not being used within this. Okay, facts are facts are facts. When they're handed to us, like Sarge says, that's why he got to his based on his theory that he put out there is based on nothing but factual information, not guesses, not hearsay, not rumors, none of it. It's all based off of factual information given to us on the documents. It makes
Can I
sense.
can I can I make another point?
Of course you can, sir. That's why you're here.
You guys know what the burden of proof is, right? Like there's a burden. The prosecution has a burden beyond a reasonable doubt, and
Yeah.
this seems to be just lost on the guilters. They don't seem to get this. The if you want to be a guilter, you're under the burden of proof, right? Like you are under the burden of proof. And I see them doing all these science experiments regarding the infrared light, the green car. They're like, well, let's see if we could make a green car look green. That's not how it works, guys. The burden of proof is if I can prove that a green car can look anything other than green and somewhat similar to white, that is what we call reasonable doubt. So I've done my experiment. I had my son wear a bright blue shirt or a dark blue shirt, and we turned that shirt white in my infrared camera, or close enough to white. So that is what we call reasonable doubt. That's the standard that I'm shooting for. And they're going by this. They've got all these green things that are turning white in their infrared cameras, and they're like, well, it's plausible that we could make something green look not white. And it's like, well, yeah, that's not the burden of proof. That is not working. That doesn't jive. I mean, based on burden. Are you guys feeling me? Is anybody seeing what I'm seeing and hearing what I'm seeing? Have you guys seen this out there? And Daniel and Drunk Turkey saying that's fine. You guys have proved that a green car can look white on a security camera. You know what else looks white? White. It's fine, Daniel, but that doesn't meet the burden of proof. You're a cop. You should know this. Well, I won't get into the expletives about it. Sorry, guys, but yeah, it really irks me when Daniel says, "You know what else looks white?" white. Yeah, that's fantastic. You can tell the jury. I'd love to see the lawyer say that to the jury. Like that. The prosecutor, Bill Thompson, to the jury. Well, guess what else looks white? White.
Right.
Like. I mean, from a legal standpoint, it's hilarious, right? Like it's just, it's a fucking joke. I mean, really, it really is.
I just don't understand how someone can be shown something several times and not like question it or like, you know what I
was
mean?
in trouble. He's not anymore. He used to be, and I agree with you, JC. I agree. I do. Not anymore. Good trouble. He used to be a long time ago. Yeah, I agree, JC. I mean, when things are in your face,
And proven as facts.
yeah. Why?
Like,
Why
how
is
can
that
you
so hard to
question?
just accept that for what it is?
Because I think some people just like try to take it one step further. For what reason, I don't know.
Well,
But
the thing is, we don't have to prove anything. We don't have to prove anything. I mean, if what you're trying to prove is that something's plausible, or we're only trying to create reasonable doubt, right? So
Right.
when you're like when I'm doing these experiments with my son that I posted on Twitter and Dago showed it on his show, we made a bright blue T-shirt on a security camera look pretty much white.
I
mhm.
showed it again
That-
earlier,
that's
Jesse,
not-
before you got here.
That's
he showed
not.
it to us.
Just on this show tonight. Okay, that's
Yeah,
great.
I was just making another point with that because it shows very much the ability that it has. So yes.
Yeah, but I mean, some people might point out, well, that's not 100% proof. Well, it doesn't. That's not the point. It's reasonable doubt. It's that's all we're going for here is reasonable doubt. We're not trying to prove that was the car or this was. We don't need to do that. Ann Taylor doesn't need to do that. We got to get back to that standard of beyond a reasonable doubt. And when Daniel says, you know what else is white? White. I mean, does he not understand the burden of proof? Like when he says that, I mean, it's fucking ridiculous.
That's the frustrating part, Jesse, is it's like they don't want to see that. They're refusing to see it for what it is. It's right here in your face and in all sorts of brilliant colors, and it's right there. It's drawn perfectly, but you refuse to look at it for what it is. You're looking at it and you're saying that you see something else altogether different. It's like your mind's telling you, we can't accept that. It can't be accepted. It doesn't make sense. It won't be accepted. I won't do it. Why? I don't understand
that. I will say there are pro-burgers that say things like in definitive terms that say this is the way it is.
Mm-hmm.
And there's guilters. Guilters that most. I mean, in order to be a guilter, you pretty much have to be along those lines of saying this is the way it is. And some of the people that are not guilters speak in definitive terms, but I don't, and I don't think you do, Dago. And
JC
Sarge might from time. I mean, when he's speaking about facts.
Yes,
I think Sarge is more willing to make he's not afraid to take a stand. Let's put it that way.
No, never has been. He believes in what he believes in.
But from my point of view, the pro-burger, even though I don't consider myself that group seems to be more humble and less likely to speak in definitive terms. More, listen, we're just trying to.
We have open minds, Jesse. That's the thing, is we're willing to think about and look at other versions of something to see if it makes more sense this way or that way. Not that way. They don't do it. They won't do it. And it's kind of sad to me.
And when it comes down to it, I'm actually really worried that, it is going to be that I don't think I don't know if Brian did this, but if he didn't do it, then justice is screwed.
That's not justice. That's murder.
Yeah. And I honestly, and I was going to say this, I do think that this case will be studied for years to come because of the mess that it was from the beginning. Poor law enforcement, in a way, because like I've said before, and I feel like I come up here and say the same things all the time, Dago, and I'm sorry for that, but it
No,
can
but
be
a lot of us,
reiterated.
you're okay.
But you know, I even feel kind of bad for Brett Payne because he didn't have the experience. He was handed to it, and whatever. But it all goes down to law enforcement needs more resources. They need better training. They
Yep.
need
Yep.
even especially maybe especially the small towns like that, because look at what it creates when it does happen. And you know what? Crimes can happen anywhere. Bad crimes can happen anywhere. Like I told Dago last night. Dago knows, everyone knows, I follow a lot of cases. I put hours and hours and hours into, looking at all different sorts of cases. And why, I don't understand, like, why some things happen. Like, why do you not go look in the tunnel that was 50 feet away from her car, and she was in the tunnel for 2.5 years before you dug her out?
Yeah.
Eddie
Exactly.
Stepik, okay?
Yep.
My friend, not my friend, but the local guy here. Why did you, like, how was I? I'm so confused on this. But he was found in a tree 967 yards away from his house, over 15, 16 months later.
Which makes zero sense. None. A lot of this stuff.
Yeah.
You're right. You're right.
And you're gonna just, I mean, Tanner Ward, the same way in Missouri. These crimes are um, uh, wrote off as suicides, and that's kind of that, and it's just an easy way to close the case. Like, they don't want to, or don't have the resources to put in other work to the actual situation. And the way in Brian Koberger, if he is not the guy, then there are no words for how I feel for him. Like, no words.
Well, and that all go. Mama Bear's going to be presenting tomorrow, you guys. I'm going to be joining her if things go well. Something on the death penalty, about how many people, just in a generalized statement, how many people are put to, on death row, convicted, sent to death row, have been put through the death penalty, things like this that are absolutely innocent. There's the reason why we do what we do, why we look at things the way we do. All of that, because it's a travesty. It truly is. And it all goes back to all those things that you're mentioning. So
I just don't think that any jury, I mean, because all this stuff is not helping a jury at all.
well,
It's not helping pick a jury.
that's the
It's
thing
really
though.
not.
You're right. If you have the guy, if this is the guy, Brian's the one, he did this, nobody else did it. Why does the jury tainting have to continue? Why
Mm-hmm.
does the smear campaign have to be put out there? Why do we have to have family members of victims coming out and going on a tour damning everything and repeatedly
When we should be like other
misinformation?
countries, when we should be more like other countries and maybe not put so much out.
Oh, it seems to be, yeah. I don't know
Um,
how Thailand does it, but I know Ukraine, or I'm sorry, the UK, Australia,
you don't
Ireland,
ever hear, we don't ever hear anything about them guys,
Canada. They keep it
unless it's really bad,
right, right.
or if it's world news. I mean,
Maybe that's the problem. Maybe we put out
Kim's
too much.
trying to get me going. She's asking what was gross, and seems like she's trying to get me to talk.
We ain't
And she
going back
says
to that today. Not today. But yes, I know. Who said that? Where was it?
Kim Young, but yeah,
Yeah, we're not going to talk about that today.
and I don't know. I really don't know, but I mean, I do think it's gonna. I do think it's gonna be something. But let's put it that way. I don't think that comment was made for no reason. I think there's gonna be a reason to that. But
I mean, in my mind right now, Dago, if the state doesn't come up with something else, which I don't know why we've had to wait so long for what we've waited for, but if they don't have something else and it's not 100% concrete and it's not, 1,000% whatever, then I have a really bad feeling that this is might not be innocent, might not be guilty, but it will be a hung jury.
It could be, and that's very sad to me.
That's awful.
Yeah, it is. And that's, again, because
that's also an awful result
not,
of this.
The kid, they're not getting justice at that point. Neither are their families.
Nope. And the real person, and if it is, I mean, not to, if it's a hung jury, then that means that he could still be it, but it's prolonging the situation, and nothing prolonging the situation is going to help it. It's only hurting it.
Agreed. Well, guys, I think that's going to have to do it. We've been here 4.5 hours. Sorry, Jesse, you joined late, but it sounds like you had a good night and enjoyed yourself. That's at least.
Oh yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready for that. I got another show in like 3 hours. So.
How long are you in Cambodia for?
1 more night and back for the weekend in Thailand.
How far away? Like, what's the distance between the two for you to go back?
Just an hour flight. Cheap flights, like $50 for a flight.
That's not bad.
Nice. Yeah.
I had no idea. I can never imagine when I see Cambodia. I think of like third world horrible.
Oh yeah, it is. It's not for the faint of heart. Let's say.
Yeah.
I'm in the capital city, so it's nice enough. But it's if you've never traveled, you get eaten alive. Let's say it that way.
I can imagine. Well, be careful, sir. Please be careful and be safe over there. And get some sleep, and maybe we'll see you sometime tomorrow then. Sounds good.
Yes. Goodbye, Jesse.
And JC, have a good night. And
always appreciate you.
Thank you. I got to go get ready for work.
All right. Well, don't work too hard tonight, and hopefully I'll see you both here soon, very soon.
Yep. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Bye-bye. All right, guys. Well, that's going to be it. Thank you, Sarge, for your input. And it's a very interesting theory. Like I said, he got me up early this morning. We talked about it for quite a while. And I said, I really think this is interesting enough that I would like to bring this to everybody else and see what everybody's thoughts are on this, as we did. I think it was explained quite well. There may be people that don't believe in it. That's okay. That's fine. I don't know that I'm 100% sold on it either. I told Sarge, I said, but it does make sense to me. Okay. And we have other creators that are out here doing that. It was an hour before, that it was 2 hours before, that I've seen somebody put out that it started at 8 o'clock that night. Whatever. Okay. People believe what they believe. But guys, when something is in front of our face, when the facts have been presented to us, you can't say no to that. Okay. That's all I'm saying. So thank you. And again, I'm sorry I raised my voice earlier. I'm human. Things do start to bug me after a while. And I just don't understand sometimes how people won't accept things for what, when they're real, they're real. When they're not, they're not. Okay. So that's all I'm saying. So you guys are amazing. Twiz, it was good to see you popping in, bro. I appreciate you. I hope you're being safe out there too with whatever you're doing. Everybody else in here, you guys are amazing. As always, I appreciate each and every single one of you. And I hope you guys are just living the best life possible, guys. I appreciate you supporting this channel just by being here and supporting myself and my team, the Blue Crew. We all appreciate you all so much. Don't forget, guys, to love yourselves and love each other, and don't change nothing, because you are the beautiful people. This is why we exist, guys. Much love to all of you, and thank you so much. We'll see you again very soon, folks. And yes, moderators, voice after this if possible, please, and thank you. Bye-bye, everyone.
Down the shadows, bringing wrongs to right. Digging deep in the data, facts sharp as a knife. With every single story, he's fighting for a life. A voice for the voiceless, he won't stay quiet. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows he rises, streaming loud and clear. clear, cracking cases, open hearts filled with fear. His channel's a beacon in a world gone wrong. He guides us through the chaos, a soldier so strong. The clicks and the likes, they follow his lead. With every new case, he plants a new seed. Sharing their stories, giving hope where it fades. Daniel's a warrior through the trials he waits. In a world of silence, he shouts out their names. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows you rise, are streaming loud and clear. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows and lawless, he won't let us fall. Bringing the truth out, answering the call. For every soul forgotten, he's here to stand tall. Daniel the genuine, will always give it his all. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the